I call Bob Husto Coward, who'll be appearing by AVL from the United States this morning.
Mr. Husto Coward, can you see and hear us?
I can.
Thanks for making yourself available. You'll just hear from the court officer now.
Okay.
Silence, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honour. Mr. Husto Coward, would you please state your full name?
Yeah, my name's Robert Louis Husto Coward.
Your occupation?
I'm a pilot.
And your business address?
It's 5500 Price Avenue, McClellan, California.
Mr. Husto Coward, did you prepare a statement for police dated the 17th of March 2023?
Yes, I did.
Have you read that statement in the last few days?
Yes.
Are there any changes that you would like to make to the statement?
Not at this time.
So, Mr. Husto Coward, you first started flying in 1976, almost 50 years ago, is that right?
That's correct. Yeah, powered aircraft. I flew gliders earlier than that, but yeah, 76 more formally.
Have you been flying continuously since?
Pretty much. I had a little hiatus where I was actually a ground firefighter for about 7 years, which I didn't do flying, but so there's maybe a 7-year gap.
How long ago was that gap?
That would have been in between 1975 and 82.
Since 1982, have you been involved in aerial firefighting?
Aerial firefighting really didn't begin until about 1991.
How long have you been involved in aerial firefighting?
Since 91. So that'd be 30, coming up on 31 years straight.
It's been continuously that entire time?
Yes.
And that involved time as a pilot responding to wildfires in the United States?
Yeah, I worked for the U.S. Forest Service since 91 and had 16 years in aviation with them. And then I retired in 2006 and went right to work for a contractor that provides pilot services to CAL FIRE, state of California.
You've
And
provided,
I'm still with them.
You've provided aerial firefighting services in Australia as well?
That's correct.
Has that been since the 2009-2010 bushfire season?
That's correct, yes.
How many bushfire seasons have you served in Australia?
7, I believe.
What was the last bushfire season that you were in Australia for?
2019, 2020.
In that time in Australia, has your role been as a bird dog pilot?
Yes.
Has that been your role in the United States as well?
I work in that role over here. I also had other roles. I flew smoke jumpers. I'd done infrared flying, for imaging, flying imaging aircraft, point to point. But since bird dogging with the Forest Service, I started that in 1997, and I've worked in that continuously.
So on the 23rd of January 2020 in Australia, were you the pilot in command of the bird dog with the call sign BD273?
That is correct.
Was there anyone else in your crew for that plane?
I had a air attack supervisor.
Do you recall what his or her name was?
I believe I had Ivan, his first name. His last name, I can't recall right at the second.
So within the documents, there's been a mention of an Ivan Smith in connection with BD 273. Would that be the Ivan that you're referring to?
That's correct.
So on the morning of that day, on the 23rd of January 2020, you received a tasking from the airbase manager in support of bomber B137 and B134. Is that right?
That is correct.
So do you have a copy of your statement with you today, Mr. Eusto-Coward?
Yes, I do.
Could you please turn to paragraph 15. You're on, it's on page 12894 of volume 5.
Yes.
So tab 15, paragraph 15, you make a mention that the task was the good fire. Throughout the documents before Her Honour, the RFS logs record a tasking for BD 273 as being at a Minabe, and the court has heard radio calls between the State Air Desk and the airbase manager about the bird dog 273 being sent to Annaminabe. So when you refer to good here, is it possible that your reference should be to Annaminabe?
That would be correct, yeah.
So ultimately, you rejected the tasking to Annaminabe, is that right?
That's correct.
And you state in paragraphs 16 that you told the tanker base manager from RFS that I wasn't going to go because the forecast weather conditions did not look favourable. Is that what you told the airbase manager?
Essentially I told them that because it's further down in the paragraph, I mentioned that I had an experience down in the Snowies either a week or a couple weeks before that had a lesser forecast, or the conditions were actually forecast better at that time, and I had a bad experience down there, and the current forecast around Canberra was exceeded the previous forecast, and so I just said, yeah. And one of the other reasons was the 737 and the 134 were already on their way. And when they tasked me, I have to flight plan and file an IFR flight plan. And so it's going to take some time for me to, some reaction time to get up in the air and go. But there was no way I was going to be down there first with the faster aircraft in front of me.
So when you were doing your flight planning for Annaminabe, you carried out a flight risk assessment?
Well, the risk assessment is based on the forecast conditions. The on-site risk assessment has to be done while you're there, because the forecast obviously isn't for the actual fire ground, it's for the airports or the local area. So just based on my best judgment at the time, I thought it was best to decline the tasking, but I did give them an option. I said if the 737 was going to the same place, I said if they reported back the conditions were okay, I was willing to go.
Is that because conditions sometimes are ever changing, and if the circumstances changed on the fire ground in the air, you'd be willing to reconsider your opinion?
Absolutely. A lot of times with mechanical turbulence in one place may not be as turbulent in another. But it was my opinion that if I was going to evaluate the area to drop or to operate low level with air tankers, I would need to be down there first. But obviously they were going to beat me down there. The 737 has much more performance than the airplane I was flying. They're able to jettison the retardant load and lighten lighten their weight and operate probably in worse conditions than I could, at least in the aircraft that I was flying. So I thought it was best just, I trusted the pilot to give me a good pilot report. And if conditions look good, I'd go down.
And you ultimately did receive a report of conditions from the B137, that's right?
That's correct.
And what was that report?
The report was conditions are horrible down here. Don't send anybody here, and we're not going back.
And when you heard that, what decision did you make in relation to your tasking?
I just continued with the original decision was not to go, and I had my gut feel was confirmed on what the conditions would be like down there.
So is that communication from B137, would you consider that a critical piece of information in respect of your
Absolutely.
risk assessment for the flight? Sorry, I cut you off.
It's a true, it's a pilot report. We rely on pilot reports. So he reported on conditions. There was no reason for me not to believe what he said.
How significant are those pilot reports for your risk assessment?
Well, if there's somebody to report on scene, it's definitely, you're going to take those into consideration. If you're going to a fire that has no aviation resources on it, you base it on, like I said, on forecasts and known conditions. But a lot of times we'll go take a look. But in this case, I thought it was best not to go under the conditions, and there was going to be somebody down there to give a pilot report way quicker than I could.
Were you informed prior to you rejecting your tasking that all fixed wing and rotary wing aircraft attached to the Cooma Fire Control Centre, that is the fire control centre responsible for the Adaminaby fire, had been grounded due to wind and poor visibility?
I can't recall if I was or wasn't. My feeling is that I didn't get that report in this case.
Had you been made aware? Sorry, please continue, Mr. Husto Coward.
Just past practice, when I worked with my air tech supervisor, Ivan, we would try to get information from the aircraft that are on scene to assess, what is it really like down there? But that was often a struggle due to just the communication limitations that we had.
So if all aircraft are grounded, if that information was provided to you, is that something that you would have taken into account in your risk assessment for the flight to Adaminaby?
Yes.
Would it have had any impact on your decision making on that day?
It probably would. There's no reasons for grounding aircraft. In the past, if it's too smoky, people weren't flying because the visibility is low. That's obviously not a turbulence issue. It's a visibility issue. And a lot of times we would be dispatched to areas of poor visibility to see if we could work, knowing that there wasn't any aircraft there. But it was done perfectly safely. This case was a little different. It was due to, I think, visibility and turbulence at the time.
That's correct. It was wind and visibility. Would you say that knowledge of aircraft being grounded for that reason is a critical piece of information for your risk assessment?
Absolutely.
And why is that?
Because it's real-time information from the scene of the incident rather than an outlying weather reporting stations such as Canberra or any, most airports, but it's an on-scene evaluation.
Would it assist if, would you give it more weight if that on-scene evaluation is by pilots who have grounded themselves?
Yes.
And would you accept that different aircraft have different capabilities in terms of being able to withstand different kinds of conditions?
Absolutely. There's performance, like I already suggested. There's also, for me, I am a single pilot. I'm not in a crewed airplane, so my workload is much higher also. So having two or, sometimes even three people, crewmen on board or crew persons, helps with the dividing up the tasks. But all the tasks are on me as a single pilot in a bird dog.
In terms of the different capabilities of aircraft, would the rejection of taskings by, say, a helicopter pilot due to wind and poor visibility be relevant to your decision making?
Helicopters, obviously they have different performance limitations, but the ideal or the advantage to having a helicopter reported is they are working in the low level environment. So they're in that 500-foot AGL or less environment all the time, and if they're not having fun down there, we're not going to have fun down there as far as turbulence.
And that low level environment, is that and above the level at which a bomber would operate on its run to drop retardant? Is that right?
The low level retardant drops for a traditional or a large air tanker, and even a VLAT, is less than 500 feet AGL. Over here in the U.S. and it's similar in Australia, the contracted height over here is 150 feet above the vegetation. So roughly 200 feet AGL, 200 to 250 feet.
And the experience of other pilots at that altitude would provide you with important information for assessing the risk of any bombing run. Is that correct?
That would be correct. And also you have to be aware of the contract pilots in the helicopters, for the most part, and I won't say they all are, but they're all Australians, and they might even be local pilots in nature and know the local conditions way better than I do from being from out of country.
On that point, would you say it's important to obtain local knowledge from pilots on the scene or in the general area of the fire to inform your risk assessment?
If they're available, if they're there and they're available to give that information, then yes.
Did you feel that information was forthcoming to you during the 2019-20 bushfire season?
Yeah, for the most part, we would get it. A lot of times, like I say, it was a struggle to get it through our own means. RFS a lot of times wasn't very forthcoming with information from the other fire grounds, unless we kind of ask, hey, why is nobody else flying if they want us to go? And a lot of times it would come back, oh, it's because they can't, it's the visibility, they can't work. So, but we would, we'd kind of push back a little bit on that, but eventually they said, we'd really like you to go look and see if you can work. And would be, we would go out and determine that we couldn't and then go back to the base at Richmond.
When you're interrogating this source of this information about other aircraft not being up in the air, Who is it that you're asking questions of?
We go through the airbase manager, and if he didn't know, he would usually go to the state air desk and try to determine who was on scene at wherever fire dispatch we were going to.
Do you, Mr. Usokawa, do you have any suggestions about how that line of communication could perhaps be improved?
Over here we have an incident action plan, which lists phone numbers, contact numbers for the air attacks and the resources assigned to incidents. And so for a air attack that works with me over here, they can go get that incident action plan readily and make phone calls, determine strategies, tactics, where we're going to be working, who's on scene, what's the weather been like locally, what are we dealing with. So it's a very easy process over here. It's more difficult over there, at least with the way the system is in New South Wales, I believe.
Were you ever provided with a similar kind of document by the RFS in Australia?
Not that I can recall. Nothing that was, I want to say, nothing with any continuity where we would receive it before every dispatch. A lot of the dispatch, we just get handed a piece of paper, name, frequency, and a latitude and longitude, and go see what you can do out there.
So it would assist you if you had a document similar to what the United States provide to their pilots.
I believe so.
Would it assist at all if perhaps pilots had a direct line of communication with the state air desk?
I don't think, I don't know if that would really help. I mean, basically you're talking to somebody who's dispatching you or tasking you. They're getting a request, I believe, probably from the fire ground for support. I'm not sure if that would be the best way to go. To go directly.
What if there was more direct contact with the fire control centres on the ground?
I would believe that would be a better, because you're actually talking, more or less with the customer that wants this service from air resources. And you can get a better picture, better picture painted as what's exactly the need.
Would that be the air operations manager within a fire control centre?
Be the air operations manager, and if there's an air operations manager assigned to each incident, if it's not one and the same, but I believe under the system over there, that would be correct.
Certainly. Mr. Usokawa, I'd just like to go back to when you declined the tasking to Adaminaby. Did you inform the airbase manager of the reasons why you declined your tasking?
Yes.
At the time, did you expect that to be communicated to the other aircraft in the air heading to Adaminaby?
I did not expect it to be passed on. Just knowing the way that I knew probably better than that it wouldn't be passed on. It could have been passed on. It depended on the airbase manager and what they thought. I wasn't at the time. I wasn't expecting it. I was just giving my reasons not to go. I don't try to I don't make decisions for the 737 and 134 captain. They make their own decisions whether to go or not. And like I say, it's different. They fly a different airplane. They have different performance. They have at least one additional crew member, at least on the 737 and the other tankers. So they have a lot more help. They have a lot more performance compared to what I have. So there's a lot of different items that I consider accepting or not accepting a tasking. So
On that, Mr. Coward,
well, I would.
No, no,
I
please,
would
please
expect them to
continue.
pass it on if they were expecting me to be there, that I wasn't, I'd decline to go. I guess I would expect that.
So, as a pilot, after you take off, are you constantly, in an informal sense, assessing the risk of the continuation of the flight?
Yeah, we're constantly, even tanker pilots, even myself, we work in a real dynamic, changing environment that's not it's not localized in nature. It's out in the environment that, wind change, fire behavior change, all affects how we operate constantly. So we're constantly evaluating and risk and trying to mitigate it.
So, I'd like you to put yourself in the position of B134, which took off immediately after you rejected your tasking. In the course of their flight, would it have been relevant to that ongoing assessment of risk to have known that you, as the bird dog, had rejected the tasking?
That information would probably be one part of some information they would use to evaluate where I was going.
So would you accept that is perhaps something that should have been passed on to the pilots by the airbase manager?
Yeah, it would be good. It would be good information. It's just information. No information is worse than maybe some information that might even be bad, but at least they would know who made the decision, maybe, and they can evaluate from there. There's credibility that goes with being a bird dog pilot amongst the tanker pilots.
And the reasons why you made that decision would also be relevant to them, wouldn't it?
It probably would be. I wouldn't say it wouldn't be, but I like I say, I can't say how they would evaluate my concern with turbulence. They would probably understand why, because of the airplane that I fly compared to the one that they fly.
I'm just going to turn to some more general questions, Mr. Justo Howard, and it won't be too much longer.
Okay.
But my friends will, I'm sure, have some questions for you. Are you familiar with initial attack accreditation?
Yes.
And does that mean that, in essence, a pilot of a bomber can drop retardant without the assistance of a bird dog?
That is correct.
But in a situation of turbulence and strong winds, is there any benefit to having a bird dog on the scene where there's also an initial attack accredited pilot?
Other than that, we can, like I say, before you take a heavily loaded tanker down into the low-level environment, one of the missions of the bird dog is to evaluate conditions down low to see if it's suitable for large air tanker operations. So that would hold true if it wasn't an initial attack pilot, right? We'd have to be there, but it's always nice to have somebody out in front that says, hey, this is good, or there's bad air, or there's a downdraft here, or turbulence here, just to let them know where it is so they can have some reaction time or expect it and plan for it.
And is a bird dog or a lead plane generally a bit more manoeuvrable, so it can respond to those heavier bits of turbulence out in front of the large air tanker?
It's of course, yeah, it's more maneuverable for sure. So I guess we're a little more nimble. Um, there's a lot of like I say, when you're in a heavy airplane, it doesn't respond as quickly as say a bird dog as far as control input. Um, it's always nice to know what's out in front of you.
Certainly.
Yeah,
On that
bird dog
point,
reporting conditions. Yeah.
on that point, we heard some evidence from the ATSB in relation to predictive and reactive wind shear detection systems. Are you familiar with those? And have you flown in your... Oh, sorry, please continue.
Yeah, I haven't flown any aircraft that had that equipment installed.
Sorry, you have?
No, I have not.
Do you feel that as a pilot with almost 50 years experience, you're able to detect wind shear yourself when it occurs?
Yeah, I would expect myself to detect it. Yes.
Would you say would there be any benefit to you as a pilot of a reactive wind shear detection system?
Yeah, like I say, that would at least it would probably give you the warning prior to, or give you a little lead time so that you have a little longer or better response time to react to it.
And we're talking about a little lead time. We're talking in a reactive system, a matter of seconds at the most.
That's correct.
Would that level of additional notice assist you as a pilot?
I'm not sure. I can see in the tanker realm, there are a lot of triggers, visual triggers that probably are quicker than a detection system. I mean, you can see the track of the aircraft and you can respond a lot quicker to that than having a piece of equipment sound an alarm to you right at a critical time. But I think, like I say, we can give real time. Bird dog can give real time information. There's always going to be a reaction time, probably with equipment. And I'm not saying that I haven't not used it. I don't know how reliable it is in that, maybe in that situation. I think for the airlines, yeah, but we're not doing airline. We're not doing passenger transport here. We're dealing with an environment that is away from an airport, totally different. So
certainly,
I can't really say yes or no on that. I believe.
Mr. Stokowit, I'm coming to the end. Could you please turn to paragraph 25 of your statement?
Yeah.
It's on page 2189-6.
Yeah.
So 25, you state that RFS management on the ground at Richmond was inconsistent and sometimes inexperienced, with new tanker managers every week sometimes. Are you able to expand on what you mean by inconsistent and sometimes inexperienced?
Well, under the a lot of times the RFS has a lot of volunteers, and which they do a great job, but they're not there the whole time. It seemed like we were getting a new tanker base manager about every 4 days, so they would rotate in and out. They'd have to relearn. You have to reestablish communications and what people's personalities are like during the heat of a battle. And so it would come. It was just inconsistent as far as the way maybe a tasking was presented each time, and we have to get used to language differences sometimes. But it just didn't provide a consistent, stable tasking process. Let me put it that way.
In terms of a consistent, stable tasking process, withdraw that. When you mentioned inconsistency, did that impacted the information that was provided to you?
Yeah, because we'd have to, like I say, sometimes we'd have to, grasp for information. We'd try to get more information, and they would have to make a phone call. And so there was always this communication change going on, or chain, in order to get the information you wanted. So it was often frustrating and gave you a slower reaction time, because we just weren't getting the information we needed on the first, on the first go. It'd be, okay, you're going to task us where, and okay, or is anybody else down there? Is anybody else flying? Is there a reason there's nobody there? What are the strategies? And we wouldn't often get that.
Is that the kind of information that you'd get in this incident action plan that you're provided in the United States?
Yeah, every day is a new plan with the plan for the strategies and tactics for the day on a certain piece of ground. Yeah.
And that's done in an initial morning briefing, is that right?
It's available in the morning briefings to us. They usually have a QR code for the day, and my air tax supervisor can use his phone or his iPad, click on the QR code, and get the whole incident action plan downloaded onto his laptop or or iPad, and we have it right there.
So in terms of, that's one aspect in which you say things could be improved. Is there any other scope you see for improvement in relation to the communication of taskings otherwise?
Well, for one thing, there was a bird dog pilot at Canberra, but he was working for ACT. And so there's why there isn't any interagency mutual aid going on. That's a big question in my mind. He was, 50 miles from the scene. He could have easily been tasked and been there before the tankers. But I know for a fact he sat on the ground all day that day.
But in terms of the communication of a tasking to you and the level of information provided in a tasking to you, could that be improved?
Certainly could, yes.
And how would you suggest that?
Well, correct. Knowing who the air ops managers are, what their contact numbers are, or radio frequencies to contact them on, ground resources contacts. It'd be nice to have those information channels relayed to us so we could better serve the customer that's requesting the service.
Now, would that be easier if it was provided to you in, say, a standardised form?
Yes.
And in terms of you attended at the Richmond Air Base a morning briefing every day?
Yes.
Was that also inconsistent in how it was presented across your time at the RAF base?
It was rather, well, I don't mean this to place blame on it, but there was consistency, but it was consistently lacking in really good information. They would just give the general weather for Richmond, but not the weather or forecast for maybe the areas that we were going to. So it was generally not a true briefing in, say, over here in the States, like the one we get over here in the States, but definitely we couldn't flight plan based on the briefings that we got from the RFS.
And that's often
we had an idea, okay, What's that?
That's often because taskings may only come in after the early morning briefing.
That's correct. We certainly had to go at least brief ourselves on the areas we're going to and on weather and
So
everything.
you mentioned, Mr. Justo-Coward, the briefings that you provided in the United States. Are you
Yes.
able to explain to the court what information is provided in those briefings and the form in which it's provided to you?
Yeah, gentlemen, we get a weather briefing that's generated by a dispatch center. It's basically a forecast for in California. You know, there's a northern half of the state and the southern half. We get the briefing for the northern California by the fire service, and for Southern California as far as fire danger, expected winds, whatever weather is going on. We would get briefings on airspace as far as restricted areas and temporary flight restrictions. So it has to do with information about flight. We would have information on current incidents that are going on, like, you know, in general, given your acreage or whatever, but they also would give information, hey, expect probably going to go to this incident today. There's already so many air tankers or fire bombers assigned, and we were expecting to go. So at least you could get a good picture, situational awareness of what's going on in the state, where you expected to be tasked, and maybe at what time. So you could kind of plan your day out. And that's when you're really in a fire season like you had. I mean, by the time this accident happened with 134, you guys had basically New South Wales had been on fire since, I believe, the end of October. So you weren't in anything new at that time. There was nothing. You're expecting to go to work every day. It would be nice to know a little bit more than just, hey, go here. So
we heard evidence yesterday from Mr. Dugan, the captain of B137, and he suggested the utility of a standardized format briefing every day. So the form of the briefing would be the same, so you'd know what information is coming up on the next slide, but the information contained within it would be updated every day to reflect the situation on the day. Do you think there would be any utility in that?
Yeah, no, I think that's a great idea.
And can you provide any reasons why you think it would be a good idea?
Well, it means that everybody's getting the same information. We know who all the players are. It's I don't want to sound funny here, but it's like a big board game. You know where all the pieces are. You know where everybody's at for the day. So your situational awareness is just that much better operationally, and so it makes it more efficient to have the information.
So it's my last line of questioning, Mr. Justo-Coward. In paragraph 25, starting in the second line of your statement, you refer to what you believe is pressure being placed by upper management of the RFS on their contractors and also on their middle management. Are you able to explain what you mean by that?
Well, I think there's, for one thing, the large air tanker program is, relatively new to Australia. I think there's always this little bit of a sticker shock to the costs, and I believe once the contractor RFS contracts for these things, they want to use them rather than pay for them and have them sit. So I believe there's a little bit of pressure to have them respond to incidents.
Was that
Just a
pressure?
gut feel.
Sorry, please.
Well,
Please
it's
continue.
a little bit of a gut feel would be that, you know, the taxpayer sees the government response to a bushfire as an air tanker flying through the air. They see it flying in the air, then they believe that the government is doing something. So sometimes we're a little bit of a billboard with air tankers as far as advertising what we're doing. So everybody knows what we do. It's in the public eye a lot, and when people see it's flying, then they think we're actually out there. They're getting their money's worth. So I think there's that part of it. There's also.
Please continue.
Okay, I lost my train of thought. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Was pressure ever applied to you as a pilot?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially on that day of the 23rd. I kept hearing they really want you to go. They really want you to go. It's like you don't ever get a name, but it's coming from the state air desk. So I'd been into that for. I was there from December to February, so it was near the end of my tour. But I've been going nonstop since I got there on December 6th. And it was always the same thing. They really want you to go. And we would ask and try to get the questions and find out where we're going and why we're going. And then eventually would come down to why is there nobody else flying down there? And it's either visibility or turbulence. 99% of it's visibility, but it was always, they still want you to go. And so I think sometimes there was a pressure to perform, regardless of what you determine in your pre-flight planning.
Who was it who was communicating to you, they really want you to go, they really want you to go?
The airbus manager who had the direct line to the state air desk. So he was relaying from downtown Sydney.
Was that kind of pressure common throughout the 2019-20 bushfire season?
Yes, I would say yes. It was also common in other seasons that I've been down there, but it was predominantly really amplified during the 1920. Of course, it was a big fire season.
When you said before, regardless of what you say in your risk assessment, or the outcome of your risk assessment, would you communicate the outcome of that risk assessment back to the airbase managers?
Yes.
So when they're saying to you they really want you to go, that is in the knowledge of your view of the risk?
Yes, but it was also knowledge of whether we were going to be able to operate at where they were tasking us to. So if the visibility was low and we said, well, there's nobody else flying, why do you want us to go? And they said, well, they really want to go and take a look to see if you can operate air tankers. We would always come back, well, if the helicopters if they can't see and they have a lower visibility threshold than us, in other words, they could fly at, say, a mile visibility way better than we could, because they move slower and they pick their way. And, you know, the old joke is they get it wrong, they can always go backwards, and we can't. So if they can't fly, we'd wonder why they would want us to go, and they just want you to go. So we would just say, okay, we'll go. We'll probably be back in a couple hours because it's going to be a no-go. We would fly 100, 200 miles, determine that, yeah, we can't operate because of visibility, and just return to Richmond. So, which, you know, over time, you get into a fatigue factor affects pilots because it's over and over again, and it's redundant, and you're not getting anything done, and you've told them that, but you still have to do all the flight planning, do all the flying, fueling airplane. Well, in my case, I got to fuel the airplane, take care of all that stuff, and for naught, So over time, that's a fatigue factor on pilots.
Did that pressure affect your decision making in deciding whether to go up or not in the 2019-20 bushfire season?
We would deal with the pressure, and I know my other pilots, the pressure to go, we would express our opinion of whether it was going to be operationally feasible to even go to an area. And like I say, generally it was visibility issues. And we would express that, and they would say we'd go, and we would just look at each other and say that, hey, we're making money for the company, so we'll go make some dollars for the company now. We're on contract. That's what they want us to do. We'll go down there. We're not going to do anything unsafe. So as long as it was safe and not necessarily a sound decision on management's to put us down there, but if it was safe on our side, we would go do it. We, eventually, we do work for we work for a company too. So, but we tried to give them the right information, decision making for the customer to get the best bang for their buck. So, but if they're just sending us out there to burn off, jet fuel and turn around and come back and not get any work done, then it didn't feel to us like we were getting any, giving a good job to the customer.
And who was your employer in the 2019-20 bushfire season?
I work for Ag Air, and they're out of Stall, Victoria.
Finally, Mr. Usto-Coward, other than the matters that we've explored today, are there any other improvements that you think could be made having regard to your experience in the 2019-20 bushfire season in New South Wales in relation to the aircraft response to bushfires?
Maybe, training is always good. So simulations, not necessarily for the pilots, but maybe simulations for management to address issues that come up and in a controlled environment, to allow them to help make aeronautical decision making as far as a resource agency. So, yeah, I would say simulations if it could do it.
What about training for contracted pilots in how the RFS operates?
Well, that would be something that would be nice to get from the agency on how if they could incorporate maybe what the training I did, the simulation I had, with including contract pilots. We do that over here in the States with pilots. We have a National Aerial Firefighting Academy that's offered up to basically new pilots, but that doesn't mean a lot of the experienced air tanker pilots instruct in those simulations and training courses.
Your Honour, I have no further questions.
Thank you. There may be some other questions. Mr. Free.
Thank you, Your Honour. Mr. Usto-Coward, my name's Mr. Free. I'm here for the RFS. Can you see and hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. I just want to start by asking you some questions about how the taskings work and your responsibilities as a pilot. Now, when you are offered a tasking or given a tasking, it's your responsibility as a pilot in command of the aircraft to then make an assessment about whether that tasking can be safely accepted and carried out. Is that right?
Correct.
And you'll need to make that assessment based on the information that's given to you and the information that then you can gather about that tasking.
Yeah, as much as I can, yes. As much information I can gather, yeah.
And if you reach the conclusion that you can't gather enough information to reach a state of satisfaction that this task is a safe one, you won't accept the task.
Yeah, well, if I determine I can't do it safely, I won't accept it, yeah.
And that
Or
might
if I have an indication that it can't be done safely.
and that might include because you can't gather the information you need to make that assessment.
Yeah, if I can't gather it, I have to go by my experience. And in this particular case, I declined a tasking based on a previous experience in the same area. So I can go by that, and I can also go by the fact that I had, this is my 7th season in Australia, and I had come to find that the Bureau of Meteorology actually had pretty darn good forecasts from my experience previous. So there was no question that, okay, I'm probably just not going to take this one because I've never had them not forecast correctly.
And you're also you also benefit, I gather, from as much local information as possible about the conditions in the area that you're being tasked to.
We definitely strive to get local pilot information, or at least from the assigned air resources. And if there's an air tax supervisor on scene, we'll probably have a pretty good idea. But if they're already on the ground due to whatever conditions, it's like, well, nobody else is flying. Why do we need to go? So yeah, we depend on the current operational status of everybody assigned to the incidents.
And is one of the pieces of information that you were routinely provided with when you were given a tasking a mobile phone number for the local command?
I don't recall my air attack supervisors. If anybody had it, they would have it. A lot of times we would try to get a hold of air ops, and it was a struggle to find the phone numbers or contact numbers and find out who it was and how to get them. Or even in the air, we would try to we would say who's the contact and what frequency, and it was a chore it took up to 30 minutes, 45 minutes sometimes to track somebody down that we finally could get a hold of them in order to coordinate the operation.
All right. And so the local radio frequency for the local air command would be one of the other things you would either be provided or you would seek out.
Correct. Yeah, we wasn't necessarily provided a lot of times. It was often, like I say, a struggle to. Yeah, you have to remember too. During the 1920 season, they did bring some U.S. Forest Service and BLM people over to act as air attack supervisors, and was fortunate enough, like Ivan Smith, they have been in the game long enough to know how to reach out and find, and plus the contingent that they'd come over with were scattered throughout New South Wales. So they had that communication going. And so they would contact another American, so to speak, to find out, hey, where are you working and who's the contacts? And so it was a whole underground communication process going on between the Americans to find out who was in charge of what on some of the incidents. So it was nice to have those guys available to do that.
So there's some evidence in some of the Kuma command logbooks suggesting that Mr. Smith had spoken to the local command and got some information on that morning about the local conditions. That's the kind of process you're talking about?
That's exactly right.
All right. And so sometimes you would have the mobile phone number and or the local radio frequency provided to you? And if you didn't have that provided to you, you might have to be proactive in seeking it out.
That is correct. And that's what Mr. Smith and some of the others dug into that real hard. Myself as a pilot really wasn't privy to that underground chain of communications that they had going.
Right. But if at any stage of either deciding whether or not to take a task or deciding whether or not to proceed with a task, if that information still hadn't been obtained and you felt you didn't have enough information to proceed with the task, you would either reject it or withdraw from it. Is that right?
That's correct. And it'd often be in conjunction with, say, with Ivan. He would pass on the information he had. I would get the information I had. We'd look at the forecast. He would talk about what's happening down there. We would look at each other and say, hey, let's give it a go, or we don't give it a go. And it would be a joint decision at that point to move the bird dog.
And it remained your prerogative as the pilot throughout to terminate the mission if you concluded that it wasn't safe to proceed.
That's correct. As PIC, yeah, that's my job. So Ivan's a passenger, but I consider him a crewman as far as tasking. Tasking to the fire. So we're assigned as an air tech, as a bird dog, and in that assignment, in that realm, we made a joint decision on bird dog operations, but the final operation authority is with me as far as just operating the airplane. So obviously I trumped the bird dog assignment with just being a pilot and flying safely. So,
and whatever pressure you may have perceived to get planes in the air never led you to either undertake a task or continue with a task that you considered to be unsafe.
That is correct. That's me. I can't attest to that for other personalities. I'm an old gray-haired guy, and I've played this game a long time. And when I make a decision, I make the decision, and regardless of where the pressure is coming from, and I've learned to stand up to that over the years. So maybe somebody new to the game would, succumb to the pressure and go. I don't know, but for me, I dig my heels in, and I felt right, and I felt right, and I was obviously right in this case as far as what the conditions were at Amenabe.
So you gave the 23rd of January 2020 as an example of a day where you felt pressure in the sense of people saying they really want you to go. That's right?
That's right, and there was a lot of pressure, I believe, on the operators, the contractors, to go with their air tankers.
All right, but just dealing with what you experienced personally, despite that perception of pressure, you said no to the tasking and said you would stay on the ground and await a weather report from the 737.
Yeah, I thought that was a fair option to, get a real-time report on the fire ground, and hey, yeah, I was basing my decisions on an area forecast plus the Canberra weather. But like I say, different areas could be perfectly safe to operate in under those conditions. My gut feel it wouldn't be, but I was willing to accept a favorable report from the air tanker pilot. They say, hey, it's fine down here, and then I would go.
And you didn't communicate to anyone that because of your understanding the conditions, the Bomber 137 or Bomber 134 should be withdrawn from their taskings?
No, because I'm not going to, that's my decision based, like I say, my equipment is a different performance capability than a crewed airplane that's jet powered or a C-130. Like I say, I'm single pilot. I got to handle a lot of stuff myself. Not necessarily in the best airplane for those types of conditions, based on my experience a couple weeks before. I could see where the information that I did reject the task could be favorable to the pilot and commands of the air tankers. At least they would know why, and they would probably understand why.
Understood. Now, you had the ability to communicate with those pilots directly yourself?
At the time, I believe 137 was already in the air when I got my tasking, and I know 134 for a fact was already loading up with retardant, and the engines were running. I believe Ian, when I got my tasking, Ian was just finishing up getting his information to go, and he had just left the tanker base manager's office. So I'm already behind. They already got engines turning. They already flight planned. They already got their flight plans in. They're gone. There's no way. I have the same speed as the C-130, but I'm still going to be behind them. And then the 737, obviously way faster. So to me, it was like, well, he's going to be down there really shortly. Let's just wait for a report. So that was my judgment call on that. Just knowing the big picture of what was going on.
But in terms of communicating a message to them, even though you couldn't catch up with them and reach the fire ground before them, you could have communicated a message to one or both of those pilots.
Oh, I probably could have texted, but you know, in the heat of a battle like that, I didn't want to jump into their cockpit, so to speak. You know, they're the pilot and commander of the airplanes. They're perfectly capable of making decisions about an aircraft that I don't know their performance capabilities. I know it's better than mine, but I don't know the true, and they have a better feeling. They're in the air. They can feel it out a lot better than I could. So I don't think that was my place for me to give them the information about. I mean, to me, it'd be kind of a nuisance call, so to speak, because I already know they got their hands full. So I wasn't going to add onto their plate, but in general, I don't do that anyways. So, and I've never really have.
So is this a fair summary then, Mr. Juice-Coward, that you would have regarded it as information they would think of as relevant, that you had taken this position on the tasking, but not so essential that you needed to get in contact with them to pass that on?
No, I could understand. I mean, they're pilots, and they know what a light aircraft is, and that's what I fly, is a light twin-engine airplane. And for the conditions that were forecast, I would certainly think they would probably even come up with the same decision I did if they were flying the airplane I was flying. But once again, they're in a crewed airplane. They have way more performance, and they have a jettisonable load. So if they can get rid of the load, their performance goes way up if they can get rid of the retardant load. So I don't have the capability of jettisoning. I'm just a little more nimble. It's a little different look at it, but
So those are essentially the reasons why you didn't regard it as essential information to tell them that you in the Bird Dog had taken this position on the tasking.
that's correct. Not me personally to pass it on. I would think
Yes.
through the dispatch channels or through the tanker base manager, that would probably be an appropriate information to be passed on. And they certainly have the communication ability better than me to try to text them and assume that their phone is going to be able to receive it, and where they already got a direct line with the tanker base manager via the communication systems.
Understood. But you didn't, I take it, ask the airbase manager to pass on that message?
No, I did not.
Now, just coming back to this task being put to you and you having declined it on the basis that you would stay on the ground and wait for a weather report, there were no adverse consequences for you from Ag Air in terms of taking that position to decline the task?
No.
And no adverse consequences from RFS in terms of declining the task?
No, I don't. Yeah, I don't recall any. There was no adverse anything from my employer from RFS for my declining the task.
So both RFS and Ag Air respect that as the pilot in command, that's your prerogative to decline the task.
I certainly know that of Ag Air. I don't know if, obviously, RFS had to respect my decision. Whether they wanted to or not, I don't know. But
In terms of their dealings with you, they did respect the decision. Is that fair?
yes,
Now, just coming back to something you said about the information you receive from tanker managers. Now, you refer in your statement to take tanker managers. So I take it that's the same thing as the airbase manager, is it?
yes,
Now, you were obviously not meaning to be personally critical, but I take it from the evidence you gave earlier that the information provided from the airbase managers was always limited, and you didn't expect it to provide you with the information that you would need to make an assessment about the safety of any given task.
that is correct. It was in general, the briefings were a generalized, just overview of the general weather for the day, which included, I mean, to give an example, they would give the altimeter setting and they would give it for the day, even though that may change hourly. They would just say, hey, the altimeter setting for today is this, and which, okay, that's what it is this morning, but what is it going to be this afternoon? So in general, it's a real generalized weather briefing, and maybe and then a briefing on total fire bans or whatever is going on for the bushfire season.
You appreciated that the people giving those briefings weren't aviators and weren't purporting to give any expert advice as aviators?
That's correct.
And you also appreciated that given the briefing was general for the whole base, particularly depending on the fire and weather conditions around the state, it would be very difficult to convey information at a local or even regional level in a general briefing.
That's correct. Yeah. I mean, it was a general, like I say, a lot of the folks are volunteers. They don't have an aviation. Some of them had very little aviation experience, even as a base manager. But we knew the position they were placed in and what to expect, and we adjusted accordingly.
So part of your adjustment to that is that you recognise that those general briefings were necessarily limited and that for any given tasking you would need to make a detailed assessment of the available information and obtain any additional information about the tasking before you accepted it. Is that right?
Well, we would try to get the information as far as the tasking information, like you said, frequencies and contacts and phone numbers and such as that. But by regulation, we had to file an IFR, an instrument flight rules plan every flight. So we had to meet the requirements according to CASA to brief ourselves and, fuel planning and everything else, familiarize ourselves with everything that has to do with that flight by regulation. So yeah, we automatically had to do that.
And if you had a more regulated flow of information of the kind that Council Assisting asked you about that might provide some additional information from the tasking agency, that would be a useful input into that process, is that right?
Yeah, I would think more information on the actual tasking, like I say, strategies, tactics, frequencies, contacts, who's there and who's not there and why they're not being there. But certainly we wouldn't have to struggle to find that. as far as our planning process, we would already know that. And so we could be a lot more efficient if we had a, you know, like you would mention that Sean Dugan had come up with a nice plan. I think that's a real good idea. We got to standardize. Hey, we know what's going on. We know what the game is. So, but a lot of times it was a struggle to try to gather the information that would affect us on our tasking.
So the standardisation of that process would make it more efficient, but it's never going to be a substitute for the work you need to do as a flight crew and as a pilot to come up with a flight plan and make an ultimate risk assessment.
Correct. Tasking versus flying, they're two separate things, but they're integrated really close. So, and we try to make it work.
Understood.
But yeah, they're two processes that are almost hand in hand in helping to make the decision, right?
Now, you've given some evidence in your statement about the dynamic nature of assessing the conditions and assessing the risk of any task so that, among other things, the conditions can change during a flight. And I take it that can be either to make it more favourable or less favourable. Is that the position?
Yes.
And so is it sometimes the case that you'll assess that a task is appropriate to proceed with, but you'll do so knowing that you'll need to make a further assessment as you go and as you gather more information, including above the fire ground?
That's correct. We
So
based a lot of the decisions on the fire behavior at the time. So you may have to adjust because the fire behavior changes or another asset is threatened. Well, we really need to go over here and protect homes or property versus, say, a park.
So there might be occasions where, for instance, there's a known visibility issue when you accept the task and when you take off, but you're comfortable with flying to the scene and assessing the visibility, which might change, might improve, might get less favourable, but you're content to make that assessment at the scene. Is that the case?
That's correct. I mean, you certainly could. A lot of times you can get forecasts on visibility and expect when the visibility is supposed to improve, or like I say, if turbulence really isn't an issue and it's visibility over here, we can certainly go out and say, hey, we can't conduct operations here, but we can go over on this different area of the fire. It was clear, favorable for air tanker operations. Now, whether that fits into the overall strategy of the incident commanders, we don't know. So, but we can always suggest. As a bird dog pilot, we do, an air tac supervisor can always suggest that, hey, we can't operate here right now, but we can operate here if you're willing to authorize it. So, or it'll work out for you. So we try to give options once we're there. If we can't operate in the primary area, there's maybe a secondary or a third area that needs to be worked. Third priority.
If an agency is trying to extract the maximum benefit from the available resources, one of the advantages of your work as a bird dog pilot is you can assess the conditions, and even if a particular task might not be achievable, you might be able to come up with a modified task that allows you to still achieve some benefit at the scene.
That's correct. I mean, for example, they may want to put a line of retardant in a certain area, and we can determine that, hey, we can't really get in there, but we can just maybe move it over a ridge or a couple hundred yards and work it in there if that'll work for you. A lot of times maybe we're inhibited by terrain, and we get really concerned with exits. Once you get a large air tanker in down low, it's not so much getting in, it's getting out, and whether we can exit safely after the drop.
So you gave an example in your statement, which you touched on earlier, about situations where helicopters might not be able to fly in a particular location, and that might give you some reason to doubt whether the tasking of LATs is going to be effective. Firstly, is that a fair summary of the concern you've raised about when helicopters can't fly?
Yes.
But is it also the case that sometimes that might be the situation at a particular point in time, but if conditions change when you're at the fire ground, you can nevertheless achieve an effective result using the LATs?
That's correct.
Okay. And is that in fact something that occurred during the summer of 2019, 2020?
Occasionally. The whole area, I mean, you know, you were there. The whole area was very smoky. December, January. So basically inundated with smoke the whole time. So
But
yeah,
there was
we would
still
get tasks and maybe we could work. We would work when we could and then move on to a different tasking. It was not unusual for us to be retasked 2 or 3 times on a single flight to a different area.
And I take it from your evidence that you found that somewhat frustrating because it might add to fatigue and a feeling of some inefficiency. Is that a fair summary? But
that's a fair summary.
But your experience was, nevertheless, that still achieved positive results because there were occasions where the dynamic nature of the conditions meant you were able to apply some effective firefighting techniques despite those conditions.
Yeah, we could do that, but he probably could have skipped the step of going somewhere where we knew the visibility was bad to begin with, which, like I say, little wasted time for the end result of ending up somewhere else. So to us, that was fatiguing because it may be an hour down to fly somewhere, and then another hour and a half over to here, then go to work, or determine that you can work tankers, and now you order the tanker, now you got to wait another 40 minutes. You know, it adds up for the bird dog pilot just because of the reaction time to get the tankers on scene that you're waiting for. So and then there always seemed to be, at least when we suggested it, there was always a second guess on the bird dog pilot that, you know, you sure you really want that equipment here? Or yeah, we wouldn't ask for it, you know, if we didn't think we could work them. So there was always a little bit of second guessing, I think, going on, maybe from the state air desk to the fire ground, or maybe state air desk to us.
Okay, so I don't mean to downplay your concerns in that regard, Mr. Jusakard, but just to be clear, your concern is really one about inefficiency rather than safety.
Well, inefficiency leads to fatigue, which leads to safety issue. So I think it goes hand in hand.
But
being efficient is, you know, if you end up flying 5 hours in one day when you could have done it in 2, that adds up over time.
But you're not talking about being deployed on tasks despite an assessment that those tasks were unsafe.
No, I'm not.
Thank you. Just excuse me for a minute, Mr. Jusakard. You gave some evidence about an IAP process as a thing which can usefully capture information. Is that at a particular point in time in the day?
Those IAPs, I believe, are generated probably in the evening hours of the day prior, and they are released in the morning for the incident action plan for the next day over here in the state. So it's based on their best, evaluation of fire behavior for the next day and what resources are going to be needed and then assigned. So, and in general, that's the plan. And then when the conditions present themselves, and the resources are ordered.
And so if conditions change, for instance, when the morning comes, local airport is shut because of visibility or turbulence issues, that's not going to be reflected in the IAP because that's been prepared the night before.
That is correct.
Thank you. Nothing further, Your Honour.
Your Honour, I note the time.
Yeah.
I only intend on being very brief, but I'm also conscious that others at the bar table may wish to continue their line of questioning.
I'm conscious, Mr. Husto Coward, of the time over there too. We can take a shorter break, or we normally take about 20 minutes. Is that okay with you, or we can take a shorter break?
No, 20 minutes is fine with me.
Is that okay? All right. We'll resume at 5 to 12. you. Ms McDermott.
Mr. Usto-Coward, can you hear me all right?
I can hear you now, yes.
Thank you. My name is McDermott. I'm from representing the Australian Transport Safety Bureau, or the ATSB.
Okay.
I just had a couple of questions for you. In relation to your role as a lead plane or bird dog pilot, I just wanted to confirm, from your perspective, bird dog planes or lead planes, they're an important part of operations involving aerial firefighting.
That's correct.
Part of the reason for that is that they have an intelligence gathering role.
Right. We have provide, information on scene at the actual area of operation for risk management. We determine if we look for hazards, you determine hazards and how to mitigate it to operate
And
safely.
The performance of a bird dog plane or a lead plane during the course of an operation, the intelligence that's gathered might be very important to convey to others performing in the operations across a particular area. Would you agree?
Absolutely.
So in some circumstances, you might have an expectation that if a bird dog pilot or a lead plane pilot could not continue with a task that it had been tasked with, that fact or those reasons would be communicated across.
Yeah.
Sorry, I missed your answer.
That would be passed on. We convey that message. A lot of times we will say, hey, we can't operate with air tankers here. Let's terminate the operations or move to a different area.
And it might also follow, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Usto-Coward, that if you, during the course of a day or during the course of a particular length of time that the bird dog pilot is involved in such operations, there might be further tasks that may have been successfully performed earlier in the day, but which might not later be performed, having regard to your experience on that day earlier.
Correct. Yeah.
And in that circumstance, if a bird dog pilot or a lead plane pilot declined a further tasking by reason of their previous experience, that would be a matter that you might also expect would be communicated to others performing in the operations on that day.
Yeah, if you're referring to where I had a couple of weeks before experienced something, are you talking more?
I'm talking more at a general level, not in relation to the incident.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, just general, timely and pertinent information would be how I classify it. So.
Thank you, Mr. Usto-Coward. Those are the questions I had for you.
Thank you. Mr Omani.
Thank you, Your Honour. Mr Usto-Coward, my name is Omani. I appear for Coulson Aviation. Can I just check with you, sir, do you prefer to be referred to as Mr Usto-Coward or Mr Coward?
Usto-Coward is actually the true last name.
Good. Well, I'll operate on that basis.
It might be hard to say, but go ahead.
And I'll do my best. Mr Usto-Coward, I want to come back to the topic of your grey hair without putting you on the spot. You've been operating and serving in this space for over 3 decades, correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that across that journey, in all likelihood, you've been involved in fighting perhaps thousands of different fires?
Yeah, I guess that would be fair to say. Yeah.
And approximately, so you might not be able to answer this, how many different states in the US do you think you've been involved in firefighting efforts within?
All of the western United States, everything west of the Mississippi, if you're familiar, which is the western half of the U.S., Florida, Georgia, New York, Texas, of course that's west, Tennessee. I've been up in Canada once, and I haven't been to Alaska, believe it or not, but most of the western U.S.
Thank you. And is it fair to say that across that vast body of work, you've seen information flows from local fire authorities to operators in the field like yourself that have worked very efficiently and effectively?
I would say it would vary regionally, but in general, we've got basically a standardized information flow, if you will, that we can get the appropriate information to make a decision, at least on the fire ground, of what we're going to be doing.
And really, it's that variance that I just wanted to briefly explore with you. Tell me if you'd agree with this, that across that life's work, you've experienced scenarios where information has flown very freely and very efficiently, and other scenarios where it might be described as being at the opposite end of the spectrum. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
And not being critical of anyone, but you would say to Her Honour that the series of events that brings us here is at that latter end of the spectrum, the poor end of the spectrum when it comes to information flow.
Yeah, I would agree with that statement.
And sir, I think you've made this clear. You're not being personally critical of anyone at the RFS end. You came to learn, I think you'd agree with me, from many interactions with those personnel that many of them were volunteers, correct?
Correct.
You came to learn that many of them were working around the clock during this horrific bushfire season, correct?
Yes.
And that resources, to put it mildly, were being stretched thin, perhaps in the extreme.
That's correct, and that's why the American contingent came over, was to help relieve some of that stress on resource requirements.
And really, the problem that emerged was that at the same time as you were getting the messaging that you told Her Honour about earlier, that is the message that they really want you to go, you say to this court that you weren't being provided with the information to work out whether you could do that safely or not.
I was getting the aviation information on my own, through briefing, that's available to aviators. The information that we struggled to get was the information on the actual fire ground for contacts, and then also the information to be able to contact the air resources that are on the fire ground that could give us, timely information that's on scene versus an airport forecast or hourly report. So that was where I can think that's where we struggled to get, was the actual information from the fire ground. The aviation information I needed to determine safety of flight, I could get that. But the reason to go, or the reason maybe not to go, wasn't being given to us from the fire ground.
No, and that information was critical, you would say to the court, to your ability to properly go about the risk assessment that you were tasked with, correct?
Correct, because for instance, if a helicopter said, hey, the helicopters aren't flying today because it's too turbulent on the fire ground, then that would definitely impact me.
And to put it another way, you've talked about struggling to get information not being forthcoming. At the very time you're struggling with the aircraft, with the fires, with managing dynamic weather operating environments, the last thing you need to be struggling with is informational flows, correct?
Correct.
And the very information that you need to be forthcoming is, for example, what other assets, including local assets, are doing in the face of the changing weather and operating environment, correct?
That'd be a good statement, yes.
I want to ask you some questions about the pre-flight risk assessment. That's been touched on already, and I'll be very brief in addressing it with you. That's something, to state the obvious, you do before takeoff, correct?
Correct.
There are, I think you've indicated, real limitations when it comes to the risk assessment calculus at that stage, because there are limitations in terms of the inputs that you have to hand, correct?
Yes.
And I think the upshot of some answers you gave on this front earlier is that it's often the case that a pre-flight risk assessment is outdated almost within minutes of it being completed. Would you agree with that?
That could be the case, yes.
And there's various reasons for that. One is a sudden, unexpected change in the weather, correct?
Correct.
Another is a sudden, unexpected change in the particular fire dynamic, that is the direction, velocity of the fire, correct?
Correct.
And another is the changing of the very task that you've had allocated to you, correct?
Correct.
Could you just share with us a few words on that front, Mr. Usto Coward? It is the case, is it not, that from time to time, perhaps more regularly, you tell us that you're tasked to go to A at the point of pre-flight risk assessment, but early in the flight or at some point during the flight, you get allocated to go to B, C, or D, correct?
Correct. Yeah, we call it those a divert. You've diverted from the original task to a new task in flight. Yes.
And in this particular bushfire season in Australia, when that happened, was that an outlying event or was that really part and parcel of what you're experiencing every day?
That's common in the U.S. and in Australia. It's not uncommon to get a divert. It's the frequency and, like I say, there's the taskings that we get. I work in an area where when I get tasked, maybe I go, 100 miles. It's not unusual to go 250 in Australia. Longer response or distances to go for a fire response because of the nature of the game in Australia.
And at that point in time, the work you've done on the pre-flight risk assessment, you've got to suddenly, in the air and quite dramatically, recut it. Is that correct?
That's correct. We may be going to a totally different area weather-wise, where over here I'm kind of in the same weather scenario, even on a divert, because we're more localized. The diverts are more local in nature or closer together than, say, 250 miles apart or 300 or more.
In your experience, it can happen, for example, that you'd be allocated pre-flight a task to, say, a ravine or a deep valley where your pre-flight risk assessment is really calibrated towards navigating that quite distinct topography, and then you find yourself in the air being allocated to a mountain or a natural environment far removed from the one you thought you were headed to, correct?
Yeah, definitely. You could go to a different area where fire behavior is totally different based on the terrain and the fuels.
And it's the case, isn't it, that you're constantly, from the moment you're in the air, you're constantly reassessing and recalibrating the risk profile of a particular journey, correct?
Yeah, that's the nature of the job. It's a dynamic thing. You're constantly reassessing.
And you'd say to Her Honour that the most significant decisions or the most informed decisions as to the risk profile of a particular fire site are made where you're able to eyeball that particular site, correct?
Yes.
But of course, there will be scenarios, from your own experience, where you don't even leave the tarmac, so to speak, because at pre-flight risk assessment stage, you deem the flight to be too unsafe to proceed with, correct?
Correct.
And you say to Her Honour that a critical piece of information in that context would be that a local asset is not flying in the very area you're headed to for weather-related reasons, correct?
Correct.
And if you knew that more than one asset was doing that, that would only amplify the concern in your mind, correct?
Yeah, when there's multiple resources sitting down because of the same reason, yeah.
And if you knew that all the resources in a given area were doing exactly that, that is rejecting or not flying for weather-related reasons, that is as close to a code red when it comes to you deciding not to fly as you could get. Would you agree with that?
It's definitely a definite factor for sure that I give a lot of weight to.
And you'd give that factor even more weight if you knew that in the mix of those pilots and assets that weren't flying were local assets, local pilots, deeply familiar with the local terrain and local climate / weather patterns, correct?
That is correct.
And that was the very information, you tell me if I'm wrong, but that was the very information that you were struggling to get in the context of this bushfire season and indeed on this relevant day, correct?
There were, numerous times when we were struggling to try to get that information and be able to maybe talk to a lot of the, for example, the helicopters, a lot of the air attacks for the incident right in a helicopter. And if they were sitting down, we would try to get a contact to talk to them and get their take on the situation as far as the weather and what they expected it to do, or when they could get up to fly, or the total reason they're sitting down. Yeah.
And you said earlier that was the evidence that you had to grasp for, that you had to ask for. That was the information, I'm sorry, that you had to ask for or grasp for. Can we take it you've been in operating environments where that's been provided proactively?
It's proactive, and the communications contacts are readily available. Basically at your fingertips. You can find somebody's phone number and find out through the dispatch system who the air attack is, what the phone number is, and give them a call.
I understand.
Or text. Yeah.
At the time you were operating in this particular bushfire season in Australia, AGAIR did not have a FRAT, a formalised document that you filled out pre-flight. Am I right in saying that?
That's correct.
And you're currently working for Cal Air, is that right?
Cal Fire.
Cal Fire even, and they don't, apologise, that's what I meant to say. Cal Fire don't currently have a FRAT, but there's one in the works. Is that correct?
I believe there is one. The thing about a FRAT, that's a pre-flight. If you don't know where you're going to be going, which we don't until we get the dispatch, it's hard to do a FRAT for a particular location without being on scene. And that's part of my job as a bird dog pilot or lead plane pilot, is to do the risk assessment on scene prior to the tankers arriving or fire bombers. We have done through the federal side, there is a FRAT in our training documents, but it's a generalized FRAT that lists the hazards that you could encounter and when and how to mitigate them, and that's part of our training. But to do a formalized FRAT, like, hey, we're going to go to point B at 4 o'clock this afternoon, we don't know that. We just get a dispatch, hey, there's a new fire, we go evaluate. We have an idea of what area it is and what maybe the local hazards are if we're locally in tune to that. But generally, as a lead plane pilot, it's done on scene, and like we say, it's always changing. We're always evaluating.
And you'd say to Her Honour, that's one of the limitations of relying on a FRAT in this quite dynamic space.
Yeah, I think that's a limitation, but you could put common factors into that FRAT of common hazards you're going to see on a fire, or at least come in contact with, and how to deal. But that's done through training and education. And but like I say, the on-scene FRAT, if you will, has to be done on scene. It's based on what's happening at the moment. We're emergency response. It's like an emergency responder. You get there and you do your evaluation of the scene and figure out what your needs are right then, based on the emergency.
And that's really where I was headed, Mr. Usto-Coward. The reality is that whether there's a formal document or not, experienced pilots steeped in this field like you are at all times pre-flight turning your mind to things like the wind, other weather conditions, the direction and pace of the fire, so on and so forth. You'd agree with that?
Yes.
You made an observation earlier that to the effect that one must remember when we're talking about LATs in a space like this, that we're a long way from what might be described as, I think you used the word airlines carrying passengers or cargoes. Do you remember making that observation?
Yes.
Is one aspect of that disconnect the fact that here very large air tankers are flying at very low heights relative to where they typically would fly?
Yeah, during the drop, we're down to 150 feet. It only takes, depending on what tanker, 5-10 seconds, maybe 20 seconds to drop the whole load if you have a very large air tanker. And then you're out, and then you're up and away. So the exposure time is limited, but it is exposure. And that's part of the process for the lead plane. We try to reduce the exposure time for the air tanker. We go down first, figure it out, see if there's any hazards, bad flight conditions, visibility, exit routes. We figure that all out. They don't have to figure that out down low. We'll relay that to them before we bring them down low, and we'll fly it and show them where we're going to drop first, and then we'll lead them in. So they have a real good idea of what the profile is and the pattern and where the exit's going to be. We explain the hazards as we go by them, and then so they basically have a visual map of hazards and where the drop is, and fall in behind us, and we'll drop them. So it's efficient, but we're also mitigating risk and taking the workload off of them, so they can just concentrate on doing the drop safely.
And thank you for explaining that, is another aspect of what they're doing that amplifies risk in this space the fact that they're flying quite slowly at the point of drop-off?
I think that might be a little bit of a factor, but they are flying at a speed it's a safe speed to be. They're in a configuration where they can fly that slow. So
no, I understand. It wasn't
the speed of the flight. Yeah, they're still flying. It's just at a slower speed.
And one of the levers they have, if they need to stabilize the plane in the face of wind shear or a stalling type event or anticipation of stalling, is the ability to quickly jettison the load, correct?
Correct. Yeah, they have the ability to jettison, and they also have an emergency jettison button. The first officer, co-pilot, or whatever could also activate.
And you know from your own experience of working with these planes that those loads can be jettisoned in a matter of 3 or 4 seconds, correct?
Yes.
And that sudden drop in weight can have an enormous impact on the ability for a plane to stabilize and keep flying safely, correct?
That would be correct.
You were asked some questions by Mr. Free just before the morning tea break. It was morning tea at our end, about the pilot ultimately having responsibility for the safety of the aircraft. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you would agree that is the case here or in any aviation context, correct?
That is correct. That's the responsibility of the pilot in command.
But you'd also agree with me, I think, that the ability of the pilot to go about that task effectively is only as good as the pilot has information available to him or her, correct?
Correct. Yeah. You can only assimilate the information you have to make the best judgment, call that you can make.
You mentioned before a scenario whereby an asset was based in Canberra, but it wasn't a New South Wales asset, and courtesy of that fact wasn't deployed where it might have been. Do you recall highlighting that case study to Your Honour an hour or so ago?
Yes.
Have you been in operating environments in the United States or anywhere in the world where there is the kind of interagency collaboration that would avoid a scenario like that unfolding?
Yes.
Would you just tell us a little bit about that, if you would?
Well, there's a lot of mutual aid agreements between different agencies. For instance, the federal side, U.S. Forest Service, will have mutual aid with the state of California on state lands that are protected by California. But if the closest resource happens to be a federal resource, they'll use the closest resource principle. So if there's a need for a resource, they go to the closest one first, whether it's state or federal. And there's sometimes, like the state of California, we have cross-border agreements with adjoining states. So we can go into Nevada or Oregon, potentially Arizona, I guess. But there are agreements, cross-border agreements, and also agency agreements.
And would you say to Her
sharing
Honour,
resources?
would you say to Her Honour that perhaps one learning to come from this process might be to, as effectively as possible, put such arrangements in place between different jurisdictions in Australia?
Yeah, I would think it would be a good step forward.
One, or this might be my last question, it might not be, I apologise if it isn't, Mr. Justo Coward. Was it the case during the relevant bushfire season that there was, for planes of the type you were flying, provided by Ag Air, there was one pilot per plane?
There was essentially one pilot staffed one airplane at a time. There wasn't another pilot standing by at the same base. There were other pilots that might have been on days off. And then we also had our boss. He would come in and relieve us, give us, when we had days off, he'd cover and kind of cycle around during the days off cycles. But there was usually one pilot that cycled around and covered the days off that we had for required days off.
That's what I wanted to ask. So if you were deep into the fire season, working day in, day out, and needed a rest day or two, it wasn't the case from that answer, I take it, that the plane was just left idle on the tarmac, or was it?
No, the plane is contracted 7 days, 7 days a week. So definitely you're going to have a day off fall in there. We also had the opportunity, at our request, if we needed an extra day off, we would be granted that. And the relief pilot would cover your extra days off.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honour. Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Justo
Anything
Coward.
arising?
Nothing in re-examination, Your Honour.
Thanks very much, Mr. Justo Coward. Really appreciate you making your time available to us. It's been very helpful.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Castle.
Thank you. I call Kevin Harder, Harder.
Silence, please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Harder. Have a seat.
Sir, would you please state your full name?
Kevin George Harder.
Are you presently retired?
That's correct.
And have you provided a statement to Her Honour dated the 8th of March 2023 where it discloses your home address, I assume?
I have.
Could the witness be provided with volume 3? Thank you.
Tab 32.
Do you see a copy of your statement there, Mr. Harder?
That's correct.
Are there any matters that require correction so far as you're concerned to that
No.
statement? And can I also ask you please to turn to tab 42 of the same volume, volume 3.
Yes.
Do you see there an air operations log under your hand?
Yes.
Thank you. I just want to deal firstly with your experience. As at the 23rd of January 2020, you were a qualified aviation radio operator
That's correct.
and you were deployed, were you not, to the Cooma Fire Control Centre in southern New South Wales?
Employed's not the right word, but I was
Deployed.
a volunteer.
I used the word deployed.
Oh, my apologies.
Nonetheless, you were there. How long had you been embedded in the Cooma Fire Control Centre as at the 23rd of January 2020?
I think it was my third day, and I was down there, I think, for 5 days in total.
And could you just paint for Her Honour a picture of what the fire activity was like in those first 3 days that you were embedded within the Cooma Fire Control Centre?
Most of the recollection from that was that the fire was quite bad in the Adamirabie area, which is to the north and west of Cooma, which is where I was stationed. The air base is at a place called Polo Flats, which is a suburb of Cooma, not actually at Cooma Airport, which is some 30-odd kilometres south of Cooma Township.
And was Polo Flats, was that a private strip?
It was, as far as I'm aware, but that was the main Rotary Deployment Centre.
And by the 23rd of January of that year, 2020, had you had about 47 days deployment in the role of an aviation radio operator?
Over various places in the state, yes.
And were those roles as an ARO always for the New South Wales Rural Fire Service?
No.
What other agencies did you provide aviation radio operations for?
New South Wales State Emergency Service, mainly for floods.
Now, you've mentioned that you were based at the Polo Flats strip. Who else was present in that building that you were located at the Polo Flats airstrip?
From an aviation perspective,
Yes.
there was myself, and sitting directly behind me was Peter Finstad from Canada, who was the Air Operations Officer.
Right. And apart from Mr. Finstad, was there anyone else who was performing a role on behalf of the New South Wales Rural Fire Service related to aviation tasking or communications?
Not to my knowledge.
And the incident management team, the IMT, for the Cooma Fire Control Centre, where were they housed at that time?
In the same room, there would have been 50 people in the large room.
And do I take it that was the Fire Control Centre at Polo Flats?
That's correct.
Or the IMT?
Correct.
Did you have any interactions with the Deputy Incident Controller of the Cooma Fire Control Centre or the IMT?
Not really, no.
And what about in relation to the Incident Controller? Did you have any
No.
interactions with that particular individual?
No.
Is it fair to say that your interactions usually were with Mr. Finstad as the Air Operations Manager?
That's correct.
And you mentioned that he was from Canada?
That's correct.
And had he come out here on deployment as a volunteer?
I believe there was about 30 Canadians, Americans at Cooma over some 30 odd days and in various roles. Exactly who, what, when, I really don't know, but that was the role that he was fulfilling at the time.
And in the 3 days that you'd been there and got to know Mr. Finstead, did you get a sense for how long he had been operating out of Cooma as the air operations manager? Did you come to learn in those 3 days prior to the incident that Her Honour is concerned with what his experience was in relation to performing the role of an air operations manager?
My personal opinion seems to know what he was doing from that perspective.
Did you come to learn from Mr. Finstead whether he had performed that role in Canada prior to his deployment to Australia for the 2019-2020 season?
I never asked.
In brief terms, Mr. Harder, could you explain, please, to Her Honour what the role of an aviation radio operator is?
Part of the role of ARO is the, I guess the main one that most people recognise is the talking from the air base or the IMT centre to the aircraft by ground to aircraft radio. It's the main function, if I can put it that way. Our role in the sense of that is to make sure the safety of the aircraft, in a sense of knowing when the aircraft take off, when they land, where they're going to, that their flighting is followed, that they're every 30 minutes they need to check in to say that they're air operational, that they're still functioning as they should be with no problems, and that when they, excuse me, when they land, they were supposed to come back by radio and say that, yes, they're back on the ground. Problem, if I can put it this way, is that in some locations, and I won't say at Cooma, but in a lot of locations, the aircraft cannot contact the radio operators when they're on the ground due to terrain, and when they land, that sometimes occurs as well. So they may get into the air, then let us know, or may let us know that they're approaching to land, and that's the last we hear of them.
In those 3 days leading up to the 23rd of, and including the 23rd of January 2020, was it your primary responsibility to have radio communications with pilots of particular craft that may be tasked or dispatched out of Cooma?
That's correct.
To your observations, did Mr. Finstead have any radio communications with pilots?
Radio communications only via me. He never talked himself on the radio. He may have had and probably did have contact with them via mobile phone or other methods that I'm not aware of.
But from your observations, at least, you were always in control of the radio, talking to the individual pilots.
Correct.
Now, can I take you to the 23rd of January, if I may? Do you have a memory of that day?
I have, but it's 2.5 years ago. If I may use notes, I can give you the details.
Well, firstly, I just want to get your best memory of the conditions in the morning on the 23rd of January 2020 and whether they were conducive or not for flying.
From, I think on base, at the top of my head, we had something like about 18, 20 odd aircraft, rotary, plus a couple of fixed.
Out of Cooma, sorry to cut you off.
Out of that Cooma area, and yes. Bombala and
Marimbula.
Marimbula, we had a few at different bases all over the place. From that, I only basically talk to aircraft if they contact me on takeoff. If they don't contact me, then I basically don't have to talk to them. On that morning, around about the 9-ish mark, quite a few of the aircraft from the different areas called in, said that they would be taking off, that I logged both their time, their call sign, and that they were taking off in particular areas. Then most of them would fly 5 minutes, 10 minutes maybe, and then land again and saying, we're not going any further, it's not safe to fly, it's too gusty, too smoky, and would land, and that's the pilot's prerogative. And that occurred with, I think, about 8 aircraft in the morning.
If I could take you into your operational log, please, Mr. Harder, which was that document that I took you to behind tab 42.
No, that's incorrect.
Sorry, what's incorrect?
It's not my flight log,
All right.
unless it's
No,
further
an
right at the
operations
back.
log.
No, that is not my flight log.
Right, if I take you to... Have you got tab 42 commencing at page 773?
My apologies. This is the next part of the folder.
Right. Do you see your name at the foot of the page?
Yes, most certainly.
Do you accept that's your log?
I do.
And that's your handwriting?
That's correct.
All right.
Terrible.
We've seen worse. Now, apropos what you've just told Her Honour about aircraft going up and aircraft coming down because of the different reasons, do you see there from about 0902 hours to about 0937 various aircraft returning or landing?
Yes, the air operations log on 776, which is shows a better view of aircraft up, aircraft down for that time period. A bit more descriptive. The purpose of that, of course, is that at a glance, the flight following log indicates the different aircraft, their call signs, and the time that they were up, down within a half-hour period.
And is it fair to say that if we work off page 776, which is behind tab 43, volume 3, that by around about 10 o'clock, give or take, most of the aerial fleet operating out of Cooma are grounded?
Correct.
And were they grounded, to your understanding, because the operating conditions and the environmental conditions were unsafe for those particular aircraft to operate in?
The pilots would have made those decisions, not me.
Now, just on that topic, and if you don't know, please say so, was the decision to ground the local Cooma aerial firefighting fleet a decision made by the pilots, or was it made in consultation with the IMT?
I believe it's made by the pilots. They probably would have talked to the operations officer by mobile, which I wouldn't be able to access, to what they were up to.
The reason I ask you that question is that the Deputy Incident Controller on the day has said in his evidence that we had grounded all of our aviation assets due to high winds causing dangerous conditions for flying. These types of decisions are always made in consultation with senior pilots as they ultimately decide on whether it is safe to fly or not. Now, did you have any involvement within the IMT about a decision to ground the local aerial firefighting assets or not?
That was never relayed to me.
Now, in terms of the tasking of local aerial firefighting craft, were you involved at all in the tasking of craft?
No.
To put it in a summary form, picking up your evidence earlier, your role was really one of oversight to know where the plane was, what the plane was doing, and whether it was operating normally.
My task is message relaying effectively. not decision making.
And to the extent that there was decision making, to your understanding, what, if any, decision making would the air operations manager make in relation to tasking or retasking of local aerial assets?
I believe that would have been in his responsibility in consultation with the operations management group, but that was not relayed to me.
And to your understanding, at least, Mr. Harder, did the Cooma Fire Control Centre Air Operations Manager, in this instance, Mr. Finstead, have any decision-making role to play in relation to, firstly, the tasking of large air tankers that may be tasked to the Snowy Monaro region?
Initially, probably, but it was beyond my knowledge. I'm assuming that a lot of those decisions were made by the IMT group, via operations and what have you, and that was mainly because they were extremely concerned that they may lose anonymity, and that was because they had, to my knowledge, they'd had a lot of ground forces and things like that in that area trying to protect the township. They were frightened of losing it.
I don't want to be seen to be critical, but do I take from your answer that you don't know, but you're making an assumption?
I agree.
And in relation to the concept of retasking a large air tanker, did you have any understanding as to whether or not the Cooma Fire Control Centre Air Operations Manager had any role to play in relation to the retasking of a large air tanker that may have been dispatched to the Snowy Monaro region?
Initially, I would say no. And the reason I'd say no is because when 134 came on site, they said that they were going to Adaminaby by radio, which is contained in the log. And they then made the decision that it was too difficult to do it at Adaminaby and that they would proceed to the Good fire. So I'm assuming that they had a secondary tasking, and the AOM operations officer said to me, once 134 said they were going to Good, he gave me a lat long, which is an approximate, and to look for targets of opportunity, and that's actually written in the log.
I'll come back to that aspect of your evidence in a moment. I'm just wanting to understand the operating environment that you were working in on the 23rd of January 2020. Now, did you have any communications with any airbase managers?
No.
Again, from your observations or your understanding, did the Cooma Fire Control Centre Air Operations Manager, Mr. Finstead, have any communications with any airbase managers?
Unknown.
Unknown? Now, once the local aerial firefighting craft had been grounded around 10 a.m. on the 23rd of January, was there much for you to do in the early part of the morning up until midday as an aviation radio operator in circumstances where it seems most of the aerial fleet have grounded?
No, my role was mainly keep a listening watch.
Yes.
Because if anyone had come on the radio, then I had to respond.
So is it fair to say from about 10 o'clock you were there, present, at your desk, monitoring air traffic?
That's correct.
Do you have a recollection today as to whether there were any positive taskings relayed to you for you to do anything in particular, or was it just sit and wait for someone to contact you?
Pretty much sit and wait.
Now, had you, I withdraw that, prior to the 23rd of January 2020, had you ever had communications as an ARO with any large air tankers or VLATs?
Never.
So on this day, it was the first time you've had communications with not one but two large air tankers.
That's correct.
The first being Bomber 137, which was a Boeing 737.
Which I didn't find out till some months later, what the aircraft was.
And the second was Bomber or B134, which was a C-130 Hercules.
That's correct.
And at the time, did you know B134 was a Hercules, or did you find that out later as well?
My log shows that 137 indicated after they'd done the drop at Adaminaby that they would wait for the bird dog.
I'll come to that. I'm just we'll get there.
Yep.
I just want to deal with it in a piecemeal, mate.
Yeah, but that was assumed that's what it was. That's why I didn't know.
Now, you've said, and if you need to refresh, please do so, Mr. Harder, but it's paragraph 15 of your statement. It's tab 32 or volume 3, and it's page 682-62.
Tab 32, Mr. Hope you get there.
Apologies. It goes back to. Sorry, which section was it?
Paragraph 15. Well, firstly, it's tab 32. Do you have tab 32?
Yes, there's one back.
And then if you go to the red page number 682-62 in the bottom right-hand corner.
-682.
-62.
No, it goes up to
Perhaps the court officer could assist, please.
58.
Tab 32. Page 682-62.
683
682.
If you go to the statement at tab 32, and it's the actual statement, just page 4.
It's the next one.
682-62.
2. Paragraph 15 of the statement. Maybe we have a different page numbering.
There you go.
Okay. Apologies for that.
No need to apologise. Do you see, firstly, your statement?
That's correct.
And do you see it about halfway on the page, paragraph 15?
Yes.
Just read that quietly to yourself, please, Mr. Harder.
Yes, I'm aware of all that.
My question is this. When did you first come to learn on the 23rd of January 2020 that one or more large air tankers might be operating within your remit?
It was about, it's in the log as a time which would be 11:59.
And were you informed by the Air Operations Manager, Mr. Finstead, that there were going to be perhaps one or more large air tankers coming into the area or not?
Yes. Pre that, he informed me that a LAT was coming into the area.
And when you had that conversation with Mr. Finstead, what else did he tell you about the tasking of that LAT coming into the area?
Only that it was coming to Adaminaby.
And did he say when it might be
No.
due? Did he tell you when it had been dispatched or when it was to be dispatched?
Neither.
Did he tell you what its tasking was?
No.
What, if any, other information did he tell you other than what you've just said to Her Honour?
When he basically said that there was a LAT coming into the area, I done two things. One, I wrote it on a post-it note lat coming into area, and that yellow post-it note I stuck on the mapping board which was sitting in front of me. I stuck it up there for reference for so people would know that that's a possibility or probability. I also, on the table where I was sitting next to me was the fire control officer who was doing basically the same role as I was doing, but talking to the ground crews on tankers. And I informed her that there is a lat coming into the area, and she relayed that as a general broadcast to the fire tankers out in the field for purposes of safety.
You were told by Mr. Finstead as the Air Operations Manager that there was a lat coming into the area. Were you provided with any latitude and longitude for the drop? Were you told what part of the fire front or fire line it was to be tasked in terms of north, south, east, west, or
At a Menabee area,
so?
because that was the area of concern at the time.
And doing the best you can today, Mr. Harder, when you had that initial conversation with Mr. Finstead, was there only mention of one lat coming into the area?
I honestly can't remember.
You mentioned a post-it note that you put on a map.
Correct.
Do we see that post-it note behind tab 42 at page 774?
It is on 774.
Yes.
And it has no,
Not there?
no. It is not on that sheet, but it was similar to one of those post-it notes.
And was it as simple as lat inbound?
Lat in area.
Lat in area, and nothing more than that?
No.
And when you relayed that to your colleague who was the, was it the controller?
Fire control officer, yep.
Did you hear her relay that to the forward control or forward commander on the ground?
There was many tankers which were also, they had the same sorts of logs and things like that. And they done it as a general broadcast.
And you heard that?
I did.
And that's standard operating procedure?
Yeah.
In terms of the next event in the sequence, was it you being contacted over the radio by the pilot in command of a lat? Or was there another event before that occurred?
Sorry, just say that again.
You've identified that you were told that there was a lat
Yes.
coming to the area. In terms of your involvement with a large air tanker, what was the next event vis-a-vis you and the tasking of a large air tanker in your
The first,
area?
as a rule, in general from previous experience in other fires, I know that lats have come into areas and that they are controlled from somewhere else remote. I would normally never talk to them unless they talk to me. That was some standard operating procedure. And the first that I knew that they were physically in the area was when they come over the radio and said, Bomber 137, we are north of Menabee. That was the first I knew they were there.
Into your log, but just so I'm clear and Her Honour is clear,
Yes.
and the others here this morning, am I correct to understand the sequence is you're first told by Mr. Finstead that there's a lat coming into the area, and then the next thing in relation to that lat is when you hear a radio communication
That's correct.
from a lat.
Yes, correct.
And did you come to learn that relevant lat was B137.
That's correct.
And do you remember that first interaction today as to what was said between you and the operator of the radio in B137?
Their message would have been Bomber 137 to Air Operations Cooma, and then they stated, as what's written in the log, that they are over, I think, North Adaminaby and doing a drop. My reply to that would have been Roger out. I had no reason that they only had to know that I was on the other end of the radio, and I had no message for them. I think it was an awareness issue.
And before that communication, to your knowledge, did Mr. Finstad have any communication with the cockpit of B137 or a LAT more generally?
I have no knowledge.
Now, if you could turn, please, to page 774, that's your operational log, Mr. Harder, which is tab 42.
Yep.
Have you got a glass there or a cup of water?
Yep. No, I have a cough that it's a persistent problem. Normal. Just thank you.
You're right, I'm about to move on to a different area. I'm conscious of the time.
Take a break. We're going to take the lunch adjournment now and we'll resume at 2 o'clock.
Silence, please.
Mr. Harder, do you have page 774 in front of you, which is a part of your operational log?
I do.
I just want to deal with your practice of completing the document that's presently before you. Would you, after you've had a communication with a particular aircraft, make an entry in your log at the time of that communication or at the end of that communication?
Both.
Both?
As the aircraft would radio in, you try and catch the time and the particular aircraft call sign at the same time so that you don't lose that if someone else calls in on top of them or next to them.
And then was your usual practice to try and complete the note or the record as soon as possible after the termination of the communication with the particular aircraft?
Yes.
Now, I assume that what we see on page 774 is all under your hand?
That's correct.
And do we see at 11:56 the first communication you have with Bomber 137?
That's correct.
And was that communication, to your recollection, initiated by Bomber 137 or by you?
By 137.
And can you tell that by reference to your log?
Second line on there says that at 11:56, the in-outs say I, which means it's an incoming.
Thank you.
Then by radio and then the call sign of the aircraft.
And have you recorded there all of the information that you received or a summary of what you considered the more pertinent information from that communication?
If it's only a short message, the entire message. If it's long-winded, then it could be a summation.
And have you recorded at that timestamp 11:56 the following: coming from Western area to do drop, local crews advised, no other aircraft in area, LAT large air tanker here?
Yes.
Now, if I just break that down. Sorry. Is it here or herc, that last, just if you could just look at the last word to the right of LAT, lat, is that here or herc?
Herc. Because I think 137, I assume, was a Hercules. I did not know that it was other type of aircraft. I was never informed.
And you're quite certain that's herc?
Yes.
And at the time of this communication, you made the assumption that that large air tanker was a Hercules, not some other type of large air tanker.
That was my assumption.
Now, where you've said local crews advised, is that you recording that you've told B137 that local crews have been advised of its presence?
No. I advised fire control, which was the radio was sitting next to me, that there was a lack in the area, and they advised the ground crews that was more a safety message than anything else.
But as we come to your note,
Yep.
where you've recorded local crews advised, are you recording that B137 has advised local crews, or are you making a note that you or someone within the fire control centre has advised local crews of its presence?
No, it was me advising the fire control that the LAT was in the area. The LAT did not instigate that message at all.
And when you have recorded local crews, are you referring to local ground crews,
That's correct.
there being no need at that time to notify local aerial crews because they were grounded and you knew they were grounded.
That's correct.
And the reason that local crews need to be advised, I wish to suggest to you, Mr Harder, is to ensure that they're not in an area that is unsafe when the retardant drop occurs.
Most certainly.
Now, you then go on to record in the next line, no other aircraft in area. Now, was that something that was relayed by you to Bomber 137, or did it come from Bomber 137 or something else?
It came from me.
And you informed, I take it, B137, that no other aircraft were operating in the area?
That's correct.
And do you remember today as to whether or not you told B137 the reason why those aircraft were not operating in the area at that time?
I think I advised them that there was no aircraft operating in the area due to strong winds and smoke.
Are you quite sure of that today, Mr Harder? The reason I say that is that the captain, the pilot in command of B137, does not remember being informed at all why aircraft were not operating in the area. He seems to accept that he was informed that there were no aircraft in the area, but took that to mean that the air traffic, the space in which he was to operate, was free of other aircraft.
No, I'm reasonably sure that I advised 137 when they came up on air, there was no other aircraft from us in the area due to high winds, smoke. Colson Herc on track plus assumed, and that was given to me by...
Where are you reading this from?
It's my own note.
I have a copy.
Yeah, most certainly. It's also logged in as well. I clarified the lines in the log details. You'll find it under the timing there of 11:59.
And Mr Harder, when did you complete this document?
I'd say about a week after the incident.
And why did you take the time to type up a 3-page document?
Because of the clarity of the writing. And that's the same information which was given to ATSB, exactly what's there, and everyone else.
And did you create this document before or after you were interviewed by an officer of the Australian Transport Safety Bureau?
Before.
And was it done knowing that you were likely to be interviewed by someone from the ATSB?
They rang me up and set up an interview to talk to me, which they recorded, and that was the notes that I wrote.
And when you came to complete this document, what, if any, other material did you have at your disposal to assist you with your recollection of events?
The log sheets.
Do you have your statement to hand, which is behind
Yes.
tab 35? Sorry, 32. 32.
Yes.
You see in paragraph 19
Yes.
of your statement, the last sentence, I also advised B137 when they called me that there was no other aircraft from us in the area.
Yes.
You don't go on to say that you told them the reason why in this paragraph due to wind or visibility issues, do you?
I haven't written it there, most certainly. But that was written quite some time before this one. But that would be about the only change. I think the rest of it would be more to clarify than anything else.
And what was the date that this document was created, Mr. Harder?
I don't know if it's on the front or not,
Doesn't appear to be.
but definitely before the ASTB interview.
And was that shortly after the crash?
Yes, probably a week or so afterwards. Because I kept a copy of the log, which is what's filed in here. And as you can see from the writing, it's very hard to decipher and very hard to read because it's been photocopied I don't know how many times.
I take it that when you came to create this document that you've just handed to me, that you, at that time, were of the view that the reason why local aircraft had been grounded or weren't in the area was important. And
Just need to say, speak for the microphone.
Sorry, my apology.
And at that time, did you consider that information important because you were about to be interviewed by a Commonwealth officer from the Australian Transport Safety Bureau?
I thought it was more if, when I said that at the time on air to the aircraft, was just a safety advisory action, nothing more.
We'll come back to my question.
Sorry?
When you came to complete this document,
Yes?
did you recognise that it was important to record that additional information, that being the reason why no aircraft were in the area, was because you're about to be interviewed by someone from the ATSB?
Probably.
And at the time that you created this document,
Yes?
did you have access to your operational log?
Yes.
And did you recognise that your operational log was silent on the reason that was silent in respect of the entry, no other aircraft in area, in relation to the reason why there was no aircraft in the area?
Probably writing the log originally, I didn't recognise that problem.
But you came to recognise that
Most certainly.
the log was missing potentially crucial information.
I did not know that at the time.
No. When you've come to create this document, I'm suggesting to you
Yes.
that you recognise that your log was missing potentially crucial information as to why aircraft was not operating in the area. And have you then created this document to paint a picture that you did convey to B137 the reason why aircraft were not operating in the area?
Not intentionally, no.
You weren't trying to paint yourself in a more favourable position as to what may have occurred on the 23rd of January?
Definitely not.
Can I ask you then, why didn't you record that important information about the reason why aircraft were not operating in the relevant airspace on the 23rd of January 2020? 11:56 in the log.
I was never asked the question.
I'm asking you now, why didn't you record in your log at 11:56 the reason why no other aircraft were in the area if you conveyed that to B137?
I did convey that to 137, most certainly.
And why? My question is, sir, why didn't you record the full communication with B137 at 11:56 as to why the aircraft were not operating in the area?
Unknown.
Unknown.
I'll tell you. I don't know.
Because Mr. Dugan was quite, well, I withdraw that. Did you hear Mr. Dugan's evidence yesterday?
No.
Have you been informed of his evidence yesterday?
No.
Mr. Dugan was quite clear that he was not told the reason for why aircraft were not operating in the area. You say he's mistaken.
I don't know.
Now,
I only go on what I have said and done.
when did you, if at all, have to hand over your operational log to someone within the New South Wales River Fire Service following notification of B134's collision with terrain?
The operational logs were kept at the Incident Management Centre on the evening of that day. They kept those logs.
And how did you come to access that at the time you've created this additional document?
I initially knew that there was going to be a problem due to the crash. I photocopied the documents in the afternoon and then kept the copy myself.
Why didn't you make a notation on the day of what you told B137 as to the reason why aircraft were not operating in the area when you had a recognition at that point in time that there was likely to be an investigation?
At that point, I don't change logs. What was on there, what you see there is basically the running timestamp of what occurred, and there is no reason whatsoever to go back and change that.
Did you inform any officer or personnel within New South Wales River Fire Service the full effect of what took place in your first communication with B137 or not?
It's never asked. They had the logs.
But they weren't on the call, were they?
No, they weren't within the radio call, no.
And these radio communications are not recorded, are they?
Not to my knowledge, they may be, not to my knowledge.
All right. Now, we go then to the next. Well, before I move on, at 11:56, again, doing the best you can, just have a look if there's anything else here. Were you told, or was there a discussion more specifically what the drop zone was to be?
Say that again.
Well, you recorded that the B137 was coming from the western area to do drop. Was there any discussion about the specifics? Where exactly on that edge was it to occur?
No.
You were on TG45, the channel TG45, correct, Mr. Harder?
Sorry?
You were operating channel TG45 on this day, correct?
No.
What were you operating?
GRN EO 15. I think it's on the top of that sheet that you just...
Right. So, and you're quite sure you weren't on TG45?
Definitely not.
Right. And why do you say definitely not?
Because the GRNs are set to one channel, and that's what all the aircraft that I'd been on for days were on that one channel. All the other aircraft knew that. It was the only channel that was operating out of Cooma Air Ops.
In that initial communication with B137, were you told that B137 was to stop the fire spreading to the northwest towards the town of Adaminaby?
At 12:05, they 137 indicated or sent a radio to me saying the stopping spread towards the community on east side.
Mr. Harder, my question was, in the conversation you had at 11:56 with B137, did B137 inform you that they were tasked to stop the fire from spreading to the northwest towards the town of Adaminaby?
No,
And are you quite sure you weren't told, or you just don't
wasn't
know, or you
told.
can't remember?
no, they weren't told. So it said they are coming from the west area to do drop. Local crews then advised that no other aircraft were in the area.
I want to put to you that Captain Dugan of B137 told you that he was to stop the fire from spreading to the northwest towards the town of Adaminaby, and then he states in his evidence that the radio operator, I wish to suggest that's you, confirmed the objective with no further information. Do you accept that or not?
What I've got written there is what occurred and that I acknowledged that.
Right. Now, we then go down to the next entry at 11:59. Do you agree that that's a further radio communication from B137 to yourself?
That's correct.
And you've recorded that it's over North Adaminaby?
That's correct.
Do you remember anything else being said in that communication?
No,
Did you provide either at that time or some subsequent time the latitude and longitude coordinates for the drop the B137 to perform?
no,
You did not provide any latitude and longitude coordinates to B137 to your recollection? Do you remember a communication with B137 where you were informed that the particular fire near Adaminaby was actually burning towards the southeast end of the town of Adaminaby, which was to the south?
At 12:05, a message from 137 said, stop spread towards community, housing on east side. That was their message.
Do you remember in any communication with B137 them seeking confirmation from you as to whether they were over the correct fire?
No,
You're quite sure of that?
yes,
Do you have any recollection of any conversation with B137 where they were seeking confirmation or were checking with you which fire they were to aim for?
no,
Quite certain of that?
I am.
Mr. Dugan suggests in his evidence that when he called Coomera Air Ops, he sought to verify with Coomera Air Ops whether they were over the correct fire. You disagree with that?
I disagree with that.
That he notified Coomera Air Ops that the fire was actually burning towards the southeast and the town of Adaminaby, which was to the south. Don't recall that?
If it could have been done by mobile phone, but wasn't done by radio.
That B137 checked which fire they were aiming for. Don't recall that?
No,
That the operator at Coomera Air Ops indicated to Mr. Dugan that B137 were on the correct fire.
never.
That Mr. Dugan questioned with the operator of Coomera Air Ops regarding whether the Coomera Air Ops operator had any direct contact with the RFS or firefighters on the ground,
Never come in that message.
and was told, or there was confirmation, that the operator at Coomera Air Ops did not have any contact with RFS or firefighters on the ground. And you say none of that took place
No,
between you and B137?
definitely not.
You mentioned that it may have or could have taken place on a mobile phone. Who would be the most likely suspect to be having that sort of communication, if it occurred, on a mobile phone out of the Cooma Fire Control Centre?
Air Operations Manager.
Mr. Finstad.
That's correct.
And did any of that information that I've just relayed to you, Mr. Harder, come to you in part or in whole from Mr. Finstad
No,
or anyone else at the Fire Control Centre?
no. Not that I'm not, well, for other people I can't say, but for myself, definitely no.
Now, at 11:59, you've recorded LAT over North Adaminaby. Then 6 minutes later at 12:05, you've already mentioned this one, you receive another inbound call from B137, stop spread towards community.
That's correct.
What's the next word? Houses east side?
Houses on east side.
Right. Now, does that suggest to you, is it your note, that they had completed the drop
Well, they,
or not?
it doesn't say whether they were on their last drop or not. But further on, the assumption was that they weren't doing any more drops and that they were waiting for the bird dog. So one assumes that they had more retardant to drop. Otherwise, I'm assuming they would have said, we're out of here.
At 12:26, you've received another inbound call from B137. Does that read southeast corner,
Correct?
left shoulder of fire, will reduce spread?
That's correct.
And that was relayed to you from them.
That's correct.
And then you have a note, will wait bird dog.
That's correct.
What's your memory about that?
They sent that to that they would wait for the bird dog, which to me assumed that they were doing more drops. And then they come back and said to me, did you copy last message? And then I replied back to them, I copied the last message. I understood it because it was written in the log as well.
And are you sure of that?
Yes,
Please, Mr. Harder.
I am.
Why do you then have, at the same time, in the next entry, copy last message? What?
Because I wrote down on that line that at that time, and then on the next line, because it was vacant, I wrote copy last message, but you'll see it's at the same time in message, which should have been out, and it's the radio and Bomber 137. So it was confirming that, yes, I did receive the message.
And they said nothing more about waiting for the bird dog other than what you've just explained to Her Honour.
Exactly right.
I want to suggest to you that by this time, I'll withdraw that. Do you remember having a conversation over the radio with B137 notifying you that they were off the fire and that they suggested to you that Cooma Air Ops cancel the rest of the aircraft if there was any on order at the time?
Never heard it.
Is this the first time you've heard this suggestion?
Correct.
It begs the question, does it not, that if they made that communication, there would be no need for them to wait for a bird dog, would there?
If I'd have received that message, I would have logged it in. And that's something I would think would be reasonably crucial. And also the first thing I would have done if that message came in would be relay it to the Air Ops manager sitting behind me. And
Why
I
do you
didn't
say
do
that,
either of
Mr.
those.
Harder, that you'd take those 2 steps? Why do you say you would have taken those 2 steps had you been told of that particular
Because that
information?
I think something would be crucial to the Air Ops manager, as he was also, I'm assuming, talking to both State Air Desk and aircraft, possibly via mobile phone. I wasn't privy to that conversations if they occurred.
And do we then have at 12:55 your first communication, or a record, I should say, of your first communication with B134?
That's correct.
You have inadvertently written BD, meaning bird dog, but you accept that was in error.
I accept it was an error, and again, going back to 1226, will wait bird dog, and so with no other anything to work on, I assumed that 134 was in fact the bird dog. I was never informed otherwise.
And doing the best you can today, what was said in that first communication between you and B134?
Drop at anonymity if looks good. If not, we'll proceed to good fire.
Now, I see, we can see what's in the log, but my question is, do you have any other memory about what was said at that time?
No.
Have you dealt with it in the note you've passed to me?
Because as I was to put it in context, that came back, they're proceeding to good. So they informed me of that. The Air Ops manager behind me said, tell them that the lat long, which I have written down there, is the rough location of the good fire to make sure it made it easier for them. And that the CTAF was 123.35 and that there was nil aircraft from Cooma in the air.
Now, do you know at about this time or before, that's 12:55, Mr. Harder, whether Mr. Finstead or anyone else for that matter within the Cooma Fire Control Centre had a line of communication with B134 that wasn't through your radio?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Could it be, Mr. Harder, that you were informed either at the time or before, that's 12:55, by Mr. Finstead that if B134 could not drop it at Adaminaby to redirect them to the good fire? Before?
I don't recall that at all.
Could it have been that you were told at 12:55 by B134 I withdraw that. Could, in that conversation at 12:55, you were told that they were going to do the retard and drop at Adaminaby if it looked good, and that if it wasn't, that you told them that they were to proceed to good, based on instructions from Mr. Finstead?
Their incoming message was that they were going to drop at Adaminaby if it looks good. If not, we'll proceed to the good fire. Of which time Mr. Finley behind me said the lat long for the good fire is that, which is the numbers written down, and look for the CTAF and nil aircraft to make sure they were aware of all that information.
Mr. Harder, with the greatest respect, you put some store in the fact that it's an inbound call, but properly construed, I want to suggest to you that what we see there is both inbound and outbound.
That's correct.
Right, thank you. Now, what I want to suggest to you is that you may have, on instructions of Mr. Finstead, told them at 12:55, that's B134, that if anonymity is not good, that they are to proceed to good.
No.
Because there's no will proceed to good. It reads, drop at anonymity if looks good, if not, proceed to good. Doesn't say will proceed to good, does it?
No.
And I want to suggest to you, based on what we see at 12:55 in your log, and what I'll take you to in a moment is Mr. Finstead's log, is that Mr. Finstead may have directed you at about that time to tell them to go to good if they couldn't drop it at anonymity.
No, I don't think so.
Right. Now, take a moment to look at the top right-hand post-it note. Do you see lat good rough location with a latitude and longitude coordinate?
Yes.
That's not your handwriting, is it?
No, it is not.
Mr. Finstead's.
That's correct.
And I want to suggest to you, he passed that to you, did he not, when you're in communication with B134, correct?
That was correct. While I was talking to them, he passed that to me, and then I have transformed them into what I told 134.
And you have, in that one communication, I want to suggest to you, told them if they can't go to anonymity that they should go to good, and here are the latitude and longitude coordinates for good. Correct?
No, I don't believe so.
Well, if you're able to explain, please do so. How do you think the crew of B134 would have known about good prior to communication with you?
I have no idea. They may have been given a secondary target. If they have, I wasn't informed of that.
Could you turn up, please, tab 37 of the same volume, Mr. Harder? Do you see a log there for Mr. Peter Finstad,
Yes.
who was, as we've established already, the Air Operations Manager at Cooma Fire Control Centre on the 23rd of January? And you see it at time at 12:26, towards the foot of the page.
At 12:26?
And before I move on, have you seen this log before?
No.
And will you agree with me that at 12:26 he has B134 outbound?
Yes.
Is it a fair inference to draw that that means that B134 has left the airbase at Richmond and is en route?
I don't know.
Right. And then do you see BD275? Do you agree that that is a reference to a bird dog?
I do now, but not at the time because I never knew what the call sign of the bird dog was, or I never ever found that it came into the area or came onto my radio.
And then beneath that, there's a note, new issue, good. New issue. Now, is it a fair inference to draw that someone with the incident management team has issued a new tasking for those two aircraft to go to good?
I don't know.
And the reason I want to suggest to you that that is a fair inference is because the latitude and longitude is identical, is it not, to the post-it note to which I've taken you
Yes,
and to which you've recorded in your logbook.
that's correct.
But I take it you can't speak for Mr. Finstead.
Nope.
Right. Did you have any interactions with the incident controller of the IMT at Cooma, Superintendent James Darrant, in your time at Cooma?
Never.
Superintendent Darrant records in his statement that he has discussed the matter with Mr. Peter Finstead, the Air Operations Manager, who has confirmed that he asked the LAT to go to the Good Fire. Now, does that ring any bells now as to what may have occurred at around 12:55 when you had your interactions with B134 about going to the Good Fire?
I'm not aware of that.
Could you be mistaken? Not at all?
No.
Now, do you still have Mr. Finstead's log to hand?
I do.
Just go up, please, to 11:56 and then come down to where you see Good Fire.
Yep.
And there's a grid reference there.
Yes.
And then immediate below that, there's a reference to a communication with Gavin, perhaps a phone number, and with the call sign MH90 inbound to do SAR Anonymity. Does SAR mean search and rescue?
Search and rescue would mean.
And do you know why, withdraw that, would you agree with me MH90 appears to be an aircraft call sign?
Yes, and I'd say from the designation, probably military,
All right.
I'm guessing. But
Were you aware as the...
if you look at the log through there, you'll find that he informed me that Angels 21 and another aircraft, I can't remember what the call sign is, it's on that sheet, may be coming into the area, but couldn't find the location of the crash.
But that was after...
That was
the crash,
after.
Which was after 1:15.
It was the only ones that, from that perspective.
Right. You weren't aware of any crash site at Anonymity
No,
that required search and rescue?
there was not. Not to my knowledge, no.
Does it rather suggest that that note's been made but is out of order?
I don't know, but the only SAR, to my knowledge, was ever called was after the crash,
Which you initiated.
which I initiated.
Now, I'm nearly finished, Mr. Harder. Go back into your logbook at page 774.
Yep,
Do I understand correctly, at 12:58, you've received an inbound call from B134 where they've told you that they are going to Good. Visibility at Anonymity, not good.
that's correct.
Now, again, do you remember any other communication at that time with that aircraft?
No, I just would have acknowledged received the call, that's all.
And was there any communication between that aircraft and you about whether local ground crews had been notified of their potential drop at Good?
No.
Then the next record is at 13:12. Apart from what you've written there, do you remember anything else that may have been said in that communication?
Well, 134 conveyed that to me, that they'd found a location which is east side of the Good Fire, near houses on the east side. And I asked them for the lat long of the drop because there wouldn't have been any pre-knowledge of exactly where they were going to do that drop, because they were looking for areas of opportunity.
Do you remember at about this time having any communications with the operator from the fire control centre who was in contact with ground crew about the impending drop from B134?
No.
You said earlier in your evidence that you told her about B137.
That's correct.
Do you have a memory of telling her about B134?
No.
Would it have been your usual practice to inform her that there was an impending drop and that ground crews ought to be notified of the location of the drop?
There was no reason to do it.
Why not?
Well, it would have been safe for the people on the ground, but I hadn't even thought of it. If they instigated that, she would have done it off her own bat. It wasn't something that I passed on.
How would she know about it unless you told her?
Just sitting right next to me.
Doesn't necessarily mean she's listening in on your calls, does it?
I agree.
Okay.
But to my knowledge and my recollection, I most certainly didn't do it.
Your Honour, I'll have marked for identification shortly the three-page document that Mr. Hart has provided to me. Whilst my learned friends are examining the witness, I might take an opportunity to read it. There may be some questions that I need to ask.
Do you require a second copy?
No, it's fine. Thanks very much.
I don't know what is it. Can I just read it? If people need a second over it, Sherry, I'll make it available. I just want to have a look at it first.
As far as I'm concerned, personally, the information there is exactly what's on this log. It's the same information I gave the ATSB.
Mr. Castleton, have you finished your questioning?
I have. I don't want to take time while I read that, so if my learned friends wish to commence, I have no objection to that course.
So I'll do this a little on the fly, Your Honour. Mr. Harder, my name is McDermott from the Australian Transport Safety Bureau. I represent the ATSB in this Coronial. Just a couple of questions about some of the matters arising from the document Council Assisting Hands.
Yes.
I believe you said earlier that you prepared that document roughly about a week after the incident.
That's correct.
You had an interview with officers of the ATSB on the 5th of May 2020. Would that sound right?
That sounds about right.
And that was an interview by telephone?
That's correct. From Bankstown SES headquarters.
Thank you. And you did not provide that document to the ATSB in terms of providing a hard copy of that document to the ATSB?
No, I don't think I provided a hard copy, but it was all in verbal.
Thank you. And just one clarifying question in relation to the document at page 774 with the post-it note. Do you
Yes.
have that in front of you?
Yes.
So just for identification, it's the second from the left that's your post-it note that you're referring to in your evidence today. The one which starts at the top, LAT 137, and I think the word underneath it, what's that?
The second one from the right saying LAT 137, Bomber Herc.
Thank you. And then underneath that, it's, could you read that out? Is that?
Bomber LAT 273, which I thought was coming in, but never appeared, never heard from. And actually down there said Bird Dog, which was, I assume 134. And that's why in the notes I have that written down.
And on the post-it note where it says Herc, is that the reason why you're confident that the word Herc is used in the line below on the actual log?
My original led to believe was the first aircraft that came in was a Herc. And originally, until some time even after the ATSB, was the first I'd heard that it was a 737.
Thank you, Mr. Harder.
Mr. Omani.
Thank you. Sir, my name's Omani, I appear for Coulson Aviation. So you would say to Her Honour that you're an experienced aviation radio officer?
That's correct.
Do you have another copy of the document that you provided to counsel assisting?
I have.
Is that the last copy?
It is, unfortunately.
Could I just...
Happy for you to have it when I complete.
Thank you.
The only reason I wrote that was to clarify this logs. As I said before, the writing is a bit atrocious, and it was to make sure that it was fully understandable.
So you've made this point now a number of times. You say to Her Honour, do you, that really what caused you to put pen to paper a week after the relevant events was a desire to tidy up some poor handwriting and make clear what was unclear from the handwriting?
Correct.
But you've actually added content, haven't you?
Only content I've added is for clarification.
Well, you've added, I think, in light of your answers to counsel assisting's questions, you've added meaningful content about what you say was included in a really important conversation not long before the accident, correct?
Wasn't the intention.
But that's exactly what you've done.
Wasn't the intention.
Now, before you became an ARO, before you qualified for that, you had to undertake some study, correct?
That's correct.
You studied across multiple days, correct?
That's correct.
And you had to renew that study at different points in time, correct?
Yes.
It's the case, is it not, that in the course of that study you came to learn about the importance of keeping logbooks, correct?
No, it's part of the course.
Yes.
Yes.
And you came to learn that it's a critical part of the function of someone like yourself to accurately and comprehensively maintain in a timely way logbooks, correct?
I try to.
Oh, you came to learn that that was a critical part of the process, correct?
Correct.
I'm not asking you about what you tried to do. And you know, don't you, from your own experience, the reason for that is obvious, that someone sitting where you were sitting is having multiple, maybe dozens of communications a day, and with the best will in the world, you can't accurately recall precisely what was said on what occasion to what person, correct?
So that's the purpose of the log.
That's the reason they exist, isn't it?
That's correct.
And in this particular bushfire season, before the events of 23 January, how many days have you reported to duty?
On that particular fire, I would have to look at my logbook.
Roughly, would it be a week, 3 or 4 days, 15?
I think about 5 blocks of 4 and 5 days.
And on the day in question, had you reported for duty in the days that immediately followed it?
Yes.
So if we take from this logbook as a given, I think you'll agree with me, that this reflects the fact that you had something like, if my maths is correct, 26 communications on the 23rd of January. Do you accept that?
There is totally, I think there's 3 pages of the log, the Air Ops log.
And how many more days do you say to Her Honour that you reported for duty between this day and a week later when you put pen to paper and created that note to self? Was it 3 days, 4 days?
From when this occurred to when I put pen to paper?
Yes.
Probably a week, maybe a bit longer.
But during that week, how many more days did you report to duty? Was it another another 1 day?
Yes, because I think it's a 4-day. I can look that up in the aviation logbook.
If you could do that, just perhaps you could educate us on how many days you worked that week.
That week I worked on the 21st, 22nd. The instance was 23rd. I worked the 24th.
And they were, if you don't mind me saying, frenetic days in terms of their activity, correct? Frenetic, extremely busy.
Yes, they were reasonably busy.
Yeah, you were constantly involved in communications about live bushfires that had a real urgency to them.
That's correct.
Correct? And a week later, so when you put pen to paper in that note to self, tell me if this is correct. You had no other handwritten notes to in any way aid your memory, right?
That's correct.
You had no private recording of any conversation on the day in question, correct?
Correct.
You had no one you'd spoken to about the conversation that you say occurred on the relevant day with the B137 pilot, correct?
Correct.
You don't say to Her Honour that anyone overheard that conversation, correct?
I can't say.
There's no one you'd point to capable of corroborating what you say you said on that particular day, correct?
That's correct.
And the reality is, when you did craft that note to yourself, you had, this was a week after 4 days of maybe 20 plus communications a day, correct?
Yes.
So with the best will in the world, there'd be no better way of jogging your memory about what was said to B137 not long before the accident than looking at what you'd recorded in the log, correct?
That's the purpose of the log.
That's exactly right. I think you made it clear earlier. You said it's the running timestamp.
That's correct.
That was you saying to Her Honour that it's supposed to be an accurate record of what is relayed in these communications.
That's correct.
You don't say to Her Honour that you didn't have time to record the conversation that you say you had with Mr. Dugan, do you?
Say again?
You don't say to Your Honour that you didn't have time to write down what you say you said to Mr. Dugan about the reason local assets weren't flying?
No.
You certainly did have the time, didn't you?
You have the time to write that down. As you can see that there's a time span between each of those messages.
And more than enough time to jot down that you'd relayed that weather conditions were the reason local assets weren't in the air, correct?
I think that was there in the log further back. I'm fairly sure that I said something.
Well, I was going to take you to that. If we go over the page, it's, for the record, page 775. The entry at 1431 makes reference to the granular detail of smoke. Just read that to us. What do you say there? Smoke to, is it strike?
That's Firebird 208, which was a rotary. The tickers, and they were calling in on the half hour to say that their ops were normal, and advised them to look, if possible. Spoke is too thick, advised to go to Adaminaby at that location. Suggest go there, air desk, OAM advised, and phoned air desk.
Yes, so the reality is on that occasion, you were able to put pen to paper in the logbook about the prevailing local conditions, correct?
Because probably I was told to, and the reasoning there would be because of the incident. And also that I think if we look somewhere, I can't see exactly where it is at the moment, that Angels and the rescue one were unable to find the crash site, and also that the 208, I was informed, had a camera on board, and then I was later inferred that it was an infrared camera. I wasn't aware of that at the time.
So you know that Mr. Dugan gave evidence yesterday.
No.
You obviously, I think, are not aware of precisely what he said. He indicated that on the day in question, nothing would have been more critical to him than knowledge about why local assets weren't in the air. Will you accept that from me?
Yeah.
He made it clear he wasn't told that. Will you also accept that from me?
Yeah.
Do you agree with me that that account is entirely consistent with what appears in your logbook?
Yes.
And do you agree with me that the only thing that counters that is a note you wrote to yourself a week later, correct?
Yes.
So the reality is, with the best will in the world, you couldn't vividly recall a week later precisely what was said in one of the 80, 90 or 100 communications you had across 4 busy working days. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I would agree with you.
You're smiling because it's obvious, isn't it?
No, I don't think obvious, but I'm trying to recall a considerable amount, but one can't.
And I need to put this to you I need to put this, sorry, I cut you off.
Did you finish what you were saying, Mr. Hart?
Sorry?
I think that Mr. Omani cut you off. Did you finish what you were saying?
Yes, and you can't recall every single issue that happened on every single day. And we are now talking 2.5 years later.
And that's why logbooks exist, so that they can remind one of what was said at a particular point in time to a particular person or plane.
And once the incident occurred, if the incident had never occurred, I would never have written those other notes. There would be no reason to.
So out of fairness, as a result of a submission I'm going to be making, I want to suggest to you that the note you wrote to yourself a week later was an attempt by you to craft an account that you thought would deflect attention and possible criticism coming your way in the context of the ATSB investigation.
No.
And I want to suggest to you, again, out of fairness, that the evidence you've given today along the same lines is an attempt to, one way or another, deflect criticism coming your way as a result of this process.
No.
So in terms of the retasking to Good, do you know who was responsible for that? The decision to retask B134?
I can only assume it was the OAM. It most certainly was not me.
No further questions. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Free?
Thank you, Ray. So, Hada, just one quick question about your practice when it comes to completing the log. So if you could have a look, please, again at page 774, the entries in your log. And if we could just, I just want to ask you about this column in/out, which I think you explained earlier is either inbound or outbound. So is it the case that when there's a communication at a particular time, it will either commence as an inbound radio call or as an outbound radio call?
Correct.
And depending on how it commences, it's either an I for inbound or an O for outbound?
Correct.
And so if you have a conversation as a result where there's effectively information going both ways, it's just recorded
As an inbound.
if it's come in as a radio communication.
If there is a back and forward conversation, who was it instigated by? And that would be the inbound.
Thank you. That's all. Thank you, Ron.
Anything arising?
Just one matter, and I won't be very. If Mr. Omani could hand to me, please, that note of sorts. I'll just hand the note back to you, please, Mr. Harder. Now, whilst that's coming up to you, you've told Her Honour that you created this note about a week after the incident on the 23rd of January 2020, correct?
Yep.
Now, if you look at it closely, do you see there that there's reference in the third entry in relation to the Boeing 737 that you found out on the 28th of April 2020? The third line down. HLAT B137 Boeing 737 found out 28 April 2020. Now, how certain are you that you created this document a week after the incident? Could you have created it much later, perhaps on or around the 28th of April 2020? It being one of the first items of information. Let me finish the question, please, Mr. Harder. It being one of the first items of information that you've recorded in that document.
No, that was not recorded on the original document.
How many iterations of the document are there?
Only one, because I found out that the 137, and I originally had written there Herc, because that's what I believed it was. And it was only after I talked much later on that I changed that to 737 to make sure that it was accurate.
And apart from that alteration, did you make any other alterations that come to mind this afternoon?
None that come to mind.
Could you have gone into the document again on or about the 6th of May 2020, if you turn at the last page? Is that new information at the end of the document on page 3, where you record interview was conducted by phone at Bankstown Local Headquarters on 6 May 2020.
I would have added that at some time.
And how certain can you be that when we go into the document at 11:56 that you did not add material contained in that section at some time after a week following this incident?
I don't believe I would have changed that.
Did you provide any version of this document to anyone associated with the New South Wales Rural Fire Service?
I did.
Who did you provide it to? Who did you provide it to?
Through the SES and through to the legal people.
I make a call on any versions of this document that are presently in the possession, custody or control of the New South Wales Rural Fire Service. That call can be deferred. Your Honour, can I have marked for identification the relevant document? It's headed Lockheed Air Crash, 23 January 2020, Thursday, and it's a 3-page document.
Thank you. That's MFIA.
That concludes.
Your Honour, on indulgence, can I ask just one question? I appreciate that I'm out of sequence, just in relation to a matter arising from Council Assisting's questioning.
Yes.
Mr. Harder, do you recall roughly what time you were asked to speak with the ATSB?
Sorry?
Do you recall roughly what time frame that you were asked to speak with the ATSB at the interview? And in answering that question, could I ask you not to name anyone that asked you?
I was at Bankstown Local Headquarters. I think it was about 10 and 11 o'clock.
Do you recall the date when you were asked for that interview to occur?
Yes, 6.
Thank you, Mr. Harder.
6th. Sorry, of what?
6th of the 5th.
6th of May.
I wrote it there on the bottom thing.
Thanks very much, Mr. Harder. You're free to go. Thank you.
Your Honour, the next and final witness
I can talk now.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
is Mr. Tim, I believe it's pronounced McGuffog, M-C, capital G, U-F-F-O-G, who will be joining Your Honour's court virtually.
Mr. McGufford, can you see and hear us?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. You'll just hear from the court officer.
Silence, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Castleton.
Sir, would you please state your full name, occupation and, if you're working, your current business address or professional address, please?
Timothy McGuffog, and no, I'm retired.
Thank you. Do you have before you this afternoon a 3-page statement you provided on the 10th of March 2023?
I do.
And have you taken the time today to review that document?
Yes, I've read it again.
And is it true and correct to the best of your information, knowledge and belief?
Yes.
I just want to take you back in time to the fire season of 2019 and 2020. At that time, were you the State Fire Manager for Forestry Corporation New South Wales?
That's correct.
And where were you based at that time?
Based out of Sydney, West Pennant Hills, forestry office.
And by the start of the 2019 bushfire season, did you have around 38 years of experience working in the forest and fire industry?
That's correct.
And in terms of your experience in relation to firefighting or the coordination of firefighting activities, as at October of 2019, how many years experience had you amassed by that time?
Specifically, there was probably about 4 to 6 years at the beginning of my career where I wasn't involved with some sort of fire service or forestry.
Prior to January of 2020, had you ever fulfilled the role of Deputy Incident Controller before?
Only in Queensland, but not specifically on fires. I was nominated incident controller for fire and rescue in Queensland.
Was the time you came to be in Cooma in 2020, that is January 2020, was that the first time you fulfilled the role of Deputy Incident Controller?
Yes.
And did you report to, at the relevant time, that's January 2020, to Superintendent James Darrant, who was the Incident Controller for the relevant IMT?
That's correct.
And in brief terms, please, Mr McGuffett, can you explain from an operational perspective what your role was as the Deputy Incident Controller within that IMT at Cooma?
So effectively, I was in charge of the operational component of the room. I had, at most times, I had 2 operations officers working under me. I had an aviation officer or aircraft officer and a heavy plant manager.
And the aviation operations manager or aviation manager, did that person report to you directly?
Yes.
And in coming to the 23rd of January 2020, was that relevant aviation operations manager at the time Mr Peter Finstad?
That's correct.
Who had been deployed from Canada, that's so?
Yes.
And what was his role as an aviation operations manager?
So his primary role was liaising with the pilots, specifically in the mornings, monitoring aviation channels and frequencies, and I guess in conjunction with us, determining the priorities and tasking of aircraft on any given day.
And when you refer to aircraft on any given day, are you referring to local aerial assets?
Yeah, the assets that were deployed to us, or our IM2.
And at the time, that's as at 23 January 2020, was the system slightly different in relation to the deployment of large air tankers or very large air tankers, to your understanding?
Yeah, basically, if we thought that we could use or wanted or needed large air tankers, we had to put in a request through the air desk and probably through the major incident controller initially anyway.
And on the day of the incident that Her Honour's concerned with, did you have any involvement in the requesting of any large air tankers to be deployed to the Snowy Monaro region?
No, I don't believe that we had a request in for that particular day.
Have you come to know about a red phone call that took place at around 11 a.m. On the 23rd of January?
I'd have to say that I couldn't recall that specifically, but potentially there could have been.
I'll just have played then now, and we'll see whether it refreshes your recollection. I want you to assume that this is about 11:03 on the 23rd of January 2020, and it's a red phone call. You understand what a red phone call is?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay, I have Jim Durand online for the Adam Innerby Complex fire in the Snowy Monaro LGA. Jim, go ahead for me, please.
We currently have the Adaminaby complex fire is making a southeast run under severe fire weather conditions. At this point in time, rural properties are threatened, with the village of Adaminaby likely to come under threat this afternoon if containment is not successful. We have local resources backing up strike teams that have already been tasked to that fire. Aircraft are unable to fly at this point in time, and we do have a fire and rescue strike team en route as well.
Okay, so just confirming you're seeing increased fire activity with that fire with these strong winds. You currently got a number of rural properties coming under immediate threat with the potential for the township of Adaminaby later this afternoon. Aircraft are currently ground due to wind and visibility, and you've got fire rescue and other RFS resources either on scene or responding. Is that correct?
Correct, Ben.
Okay, so do you want to raise your fire to an emergency warning 5, is that correct?
Emergency warning 5, please, yes.
Understood. I believe we've got your polygons hard copy. We'll try and get those imposed into the COP. Just confirming your message will be?
Shelter in place.
Shelter now.
Correct.
Shelter as far as approaches?
Shelter as fire approaches.
Understood. And location and address base?
Correct.
Okay, understood. And just confirm the geographic location. We're describing it as the Adaminaby area?
That is correct.
Okay, understood. Okay, thank you. I understand the bird dog has been launched to check the ability of the LAT given that the smaller aircraft are affected, and we'll come back to you with the outcome of that.
Thanks very much, Ben.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner, any questions? Deputy?
Yeah, can we ensure we get a line scanner up straight away, and let's launch a LAT also? Let's not wait till the bird dog gets down there. Let's send 737 down there, something that can bomb by itself if need be, if the opportunity presents.
Understood. The line scan, unfortunately, is grounded due to the crosswinds and the wind. They're not able to fly in this weather, same as the other smaller firefighting aircraft.
Okay, let's just get LATs up there and see what they can do.
Understood, sir. Thank you. Anything else?
Negative.
Thank you. Media?
No, but...
All right, thank you. All right, Jim, we'll get that message prepared and give you a call when we're good to go. And just be aware that the Bureau are also currently revising the fire danger ratings for that area. It looks like that they may increase, so we'll come back to you shortly when that's confirmed.
Thanks, Ben.
Cheers. Thank you, everyone.
Mr. McGovern, did you hear that recording reasonably well?
Yes, I did. Yes, yeah.
Were you part of that call or not?
I'm not 100% certain whether I was actually in the room when that call was made, but I would have been involved in terms of raising that emergency warning level, because the information would have come through the operations levels.
Do you have a memory today of being informed that there was likely to be an LAT inbound towards the Adaminaby area?
After that recording, yes, I do.
And do you have a memory whether Mr. Durant told you or someone else within the organisation?
I think it would have been in the room. We would have been aware of it, yes.
And having become aware that there was a prospect of an LAT heading your way, what, if anything, do you believe you may have done with that information?
Well, first and foremost, we would have advised, or the operations manager looking after that specific area would have advised the crews on the ground that potentially it was inbound, yes.
And would you have told the aviation operations manager of that prospect of a LAT coming south towards Adaminaby?
Yes, he would have been advised of that.
And once a task such as that has been advised to the Air Operations Manager, as the Deputy Incident Controller at the time, what was your expectation as to what he, that being Mr Finstead, would do with that information?
Well, as there weren't any other aircraft flying that day, that's probably one of the main priorities that we would have taken. But just to make sure that any other aircraft in the air were aware that that was coming in. Nominally or normally, if there were aircraft flying, we would have an air attack supervisor up there, and that person specifically would have been made aware of the bird dog and the LAT coming in.
Were you made aware throughout the course of that day how many LATs were heading towards the Annaminimby area?
As far as I can recall, it was only the one.
And do you know what type of plane that was?
Yes, it was DC-3. DC, yeah. Wasn't the big
Hercules.
one anyway.
A Hercules.
The Hercules, sorry, yeah.
You had no understanding that there may have been a 737 also sent down towards Annaminimby to do a retardant drop?
Not that I recall, no.
Did you come to learn throughout the course of the day that the Hercules was unable to do a retardant drop at Annaminimby?
Yes, we were aware of that. I guess the main flow of communication was between the air desk and the plane, albeit we would have been monitoring the aviation frequency, or the air ops manager would have been monitoring that frequency and aware that it couldn't drop. And it was then, I guess, by negotiation with the pilots, it was tasked back to the Good Fire.
And to your knowledge, who tasked that Hercules to the Good Fire?
As far as I know, it came out of state operations, but it would have been in consultation with, probably with Jim. I just don't recall at this stage.
Mr. Darrant, or Jim, says that the first he knew of the Hercules being retasked from Annaminimby to Good was when he was informed that the Hercules had crashed. So if we assume the veracity of that evidence, that is, Mr. Durant didn't know about the retasking to Good, and I'd like you to assume also that Deputy Commissioner Peter McKechnie gives evidence that he also didn't know about the retasking to Good. Do you know who may have retasked that plane or not?
I do not recall, but certainly I wasn't involved with any retasking. My understanding was that advice was that it was too windy up at Annaminimby, they couldn't drop, and Good was on the way home, effectively on their way back to base, and they were going to do a drop in there or see whether they could do a drop in there.
Did you have any discussions on the day with Mr. Finstad, the Aviation Operations Manager, where he informed you that he retasked the Hercules from Annaminimby to Good?
I don't recall that.
The reason I ask you that question, Mr. McGuffey, is Jim Darrant says that he's discussed the matter with Peter Finstead, the Air Operations Manager, who has confirmed that he asked the large air tanker, that's the Hercules, to go to the Good Fire. That rings no bells for you, I take it?
I was aware that it was going to the Good Fire, but yeah, I was busy with other stuff as well. So if that was the tasking, then basically that was the tasking as far as I was concerned.
If we assume, on the hypothetical, that Mr. Finstad of his own volition has retasked that Hercules from anonymity to good, without your knowledge as the Deputy Incident Controller, without Mr Darrant's knowledge as the Incident Controller, and without Deputy Commissioner Peter McKechnie's knowledge as the State Operations Controller, would that be standard operating procedure as far as you're concerned?
No, it wouldn't be.
And why do you say that?
Well, normally it would come back through me and then back up to the incident controller to work out what the priority was.
And perhaps even further up the chain of command to the State Operations Coordinator to determine whether or not Good was a sufficient priority fire for the diversion of a important asset being a large air tanker.
So, certainly with the LATs, yeah.
We're not talking about helicopters or single fixed wing propeller planes, are we?
No, most of that was basically tasked by us directly out of the Incident Control Centre at Cooma. For the most part, state operations want to know what assets we've got, but they're not particularly interested in what the priorities are and what the taskings are on any given day.
To be clear, Mr McGovern, your evidence is you had no involvement in the decision-making of the retasking of the Hercules to Good?
No, I didn't, because as I said in my statement, I was probably not specifically concerned, but I was wondering why it was flying and all of our other aircraft wasn't flying on that particular day.
And was that because of the local conditions were such that local air crews were not prepared to fly because the conditions were too unsafe because of high winds and poor visibility?
That's correct.
Just finally, Mr McGovern, for Her Honour's benefit, you were the Deputy Incident Controller at Cooma for some time. Are you able to paint a picture of the various fires in the Snowy Monero and the intensity of those fires and their behaviour over that period in January, and what the resourcing was like to deal with those fires?
There was a hell of a lot of resourcing, to tell you the truth, even to the extent that we struggled to manage it effectively at times. Generally, what we found is one or two fires would cause us problems on any given day, and then other fires would cause us problems on other days. I guess, as I said in my statement, I went down there specifically to advocate, I guess, for our plantations, forestry's plantations in the Bombala area. So effectively, that was an area that I knew, and I knew what the resource was and the value of the resource down there. You know, I'm there to work for RFS to basically make the best decisions on behalf of the community and all the people and all the assets in that whole area. But I spent a lot of time, I guess, negotiating with Victoria in particular about a fire that was coming up out of Victoria and potentially threatening our plantations. And in the end, that fire did end up taking out about 10,000 hectares of plantations. So
I'm just pausing there. Was that the Rockton border fire?
Yes.
Sorry to cut you off, but does that adequately answer my question, Mr McGuffey?
Yes, that'll do.
There may be some other questions.
I'd just like to add, though, I had two local operations officers that had a lot of local knowledge, particularly in regard to those communities, the brigades and those people. So For the most part, I relied very heavily on those local RFS operations officers to provide me advice and I guess direct a lot of those operations in, the fires like Good out of Metabee, and a number of other small fire or rural fires. And I guess, my professional knowledge and whatever was primarily based around the Bombala plantation area.
Thank you. There may be some other questions, so please stay on the line.
I have no questions.
No questions, thank you.
Free.
No questions, Your Honour.
That's a record.
Thanks very much, Mr. McGuffey. You're excused.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honour, that concludes the evidence today. Can I just briefly deal with some housekeeping matters? The first is to correct an error that I made on Monday when I opened the 3 inquests. Your Honour will recall that I said the following: as early as 8:39 a.m, one aircraft was reporting to the Cooma Fire Control Centre that there were swirly 30 to 40 knot winds. A decision was made within the incident management team to ground all aircraft. The IMT expected to receive no aerial support that day, and then following that statement, a recording was played from a briefing at 9 a.m. The first part of that recording, which goes for about 2 minutes and 2 minutes and 12 seconds, did not relate to the Cooma Fire Control Centre and the incident management team therein. Your Honour will record that a male speaker spoke of aircraft being grounded because of 30 to 40 km/h winds and 120 km/h winds on the peaks. That did not come from the Cooma Fire Control Centre, namely from Mr Darrant, the Superintendent Incident Controller therein, but came from an incident controller from the North Region. Mr Durant comes into that conference call at about 7 minutes and 12 seconds. And he speaks of Adam Innerby complex fire and talks of firefighters catching spots with the support of aircraft. And then he goes to speak of a number of other fires, including the Good fire. So I apologise for that error, and I'm indebted to my learned friends from the RFS who brought that to my attention. The next matter relates to some additional documents that have been supplemented to Exhibit 66, which is the 8-volume brief of evidence. New material is now sitting behind tab 44 capital A, tab 121, tab 122 and tab 109A. I understand that that material has been circulated to relevant parties. The final matter, Your Honour, relates to Mr Peter Finstad. Your Honour may well be asking, where is Mr Finstad and why is he not on the witness list? And Your Honour, that is a relevant question to be asking, and no doubt my learned friends are asking the same question. Can I indicate this to Your Honour? A subpoena was issued in relation to Mr Finstad on the 10th of March this year. We understand that Mr Finstad is based in the Calgary region of Canada. And I can indicate to Your Honour that the following steps have been taken to try and obtain, firstly, a statement from Mr Finstad, and secondly, to have him available to give evidence at Your Honour's inquest. Now, of course, Your Honour can't compel Mr Finstad to give evidence. He can only give evidence that is orally voluntarily. But the chronology of those attempts is as follows. On the 19th of December last year, a letter was sent from those assisting Your Honour to the New South Wales Rural Fire Service requesting a statement from Mr Finstad. On the 6th of February this year, an email was received from the RFS indicating that they are unable to contact Mr Finstad. However, his last known contact details were provided. On 13 and 21 February this year, emails from those assisting Your Honour to the officer in charge and New South Wales Police were made requesting attempts be made to contact Mr Finstad and to obtain a statement. Between February and March of this year, I'm instructed Detective Sergeant Peter Gillett of New South Wales Police undertook the following. He made numerous phone calls to the phone number provided, as we understand it, which is Mr Finstad's direct line. This included calling 4 times during Calgary business hours. An email was sent to an email address provided, which we were of the view was Mr Finstad's email address. No response was received in relation to that email. Detective Sergeant Gillett obtained contact details for Calgary Forestry, which the OIC understood to be Mr Finstad's current employer, and calls were made to that number. The call went to an answering machine with a no leave a message option. The call was just terminated. On 15 March 2023, the OIC asked the Monero Police District social media page administrator to send a message to the Facebook profile of a person believed to be Mr Finstad. No response. On 17 March this year, Detective Sergeant Gillett informed those assisting Your Honour that all attempts have all been unanswered, remain unanswered, but efforts will continue. And as at today, I'm instructed that Detective Sergeant Peter Gillett has confirmed with my instructing solicitors that he has still been unable to make contact with Mr Finstad. Your Honour, further attempts will be made to try and persuade Mr Finstad to assist Your Honour's inquiry into the tragic death of Ian, Rick and Paul, but that remains a work in progress. Your Honour, there's only one witness tomorrow, and that's the independent expert, Mr Alastair Polkinghorne.
Thanks very much, Mr Castleton. Unless there's anything that anyone would like to raise, we'll adjourn and resume at 10 a.m. tomorrow.